I vi se isto javite, vama treba, možete dići? Ok. Dobar dan, hello everyone, and dobar dan, and kalimera to all of our guests here at the conference. Let's choose reuse. So welcome to the conference. This will be held in English, but we have interpretation available to Croatian, Serbian, and Greek. If you are following us on Zoom channel, then you can click on the globe and then choose the channel. Unfortunately, Zoom does not recognize Croatian or Greek, so it's Russian and Spanish. So for Croatian and Serbian, choose Russian, and for Greek, you can choose Spanish. Yeah, so welcome. We have here also some of the audience here with us live, so also welcome to you. And yeah, we will start with the conference. The name is Let's Choose Reuse and Towards Communities of Reuse Practice, which was also the name of our pathway through the project funded by Erasmus+. So I will just guide us shortly through agenda for today. Now we are already a bit in delay, for which I apologize, but we will continue with the presentation. So first we will have an overview for you to know from like what the project is about, and then we will, because we became, I would say, communities of reuse practice in these 2 years, if some were not already there, so you will have the opportunity to meet us as communities, and we will continue with the presentation with the toolkit for community-led reuse and repair, which is one of our key outputs and hopefully useful tool for all of you who want to try and establish some of these practices. And then we will comment on legislation and systems, because it is a framework which kind of guides us, and it shapes our context in where we work. Then we will have a short break between the toolkit and this panel on legislation. And later on, we will be hearing from many people, many wonderful people from all over the places who have certain experience with reuse or were part of the project, and they will share some of their insights and experience that they had as being part of the project, and what reuse means for them in their personal and also professional contexts. So first about the project itself, the name was Towards Communities of Reuse Practice, or how we called it for 2 years, TORP. Project partners are Zelena Akcija from Croatia. We are here in Zagreb, where we are physically. Then Vojvodina Volunteer Center from Serbia, Novi Sad, now they also opened in Subotica, and Ecological Recycling Society from Greece. So as I mentioned, the duration was predicted for 2 years, but now we extended it for 6 more months. So it's basically like 2.5 more years, 2.5 years in total. Project value was 102,100 euros, and it was funded by Erasmus+ program, with the goal of contribution to revitalize the local community that is gathered around the culture of reuse and repairs, including volunteerism and active citizenship. And we aim to, with this kind of improvement or organization, we kind of see it of contributing in the bigger picture and contribution to the whole movement on the right to repair and reuse practices in general. So main outputs and activities of the project. So yeah, first I will go back first to just to say that these 3 organizations, how we gathered, maybe that's an interesting part. So each of us had certain experience in certain reuse practices, but we wanted to learn from each other and to create new methodologies that could not only be useful for us as organizations, but also for other organizations, initiatives, schools, educational institutions, no matter what. But we wanted to explore and to come up with a methodology. So Zelena Akcija had expertise in bicycle repair for more than 10 years, and that was the methodology that we were teaching or offering to others. Vojvodina Volunteer Center had vast experience on textile reuse, and together with Zelena Akcija and Ecorec then learned this methodology together with sewing repair of textile. And Ecological Recycling Society had experience in learn to repair events or electronical equipment like small appliances and how to organize them. So the aim was that we together, so that we exchange skills and knowledge, that we together visit some places and then come up with different sets of outputs. So these outputs, so our path looked like this. So we first gathered where we talked about, it was capacity building event, it was in 2022. We talked about voluntarism, legislation, what is reuse, what is not, how are also companies doing reuse and stuff. So we were basically just piling up some knowledge there. And then after that, we went directly into developing methodologies. So each organization had a task to present to others. So as I mentioned, it was reuse of textile, bicycle repair, and small appliances. So each organization was then trained for 2 new reuse activities, and together, parallelly, we developed a manual on sustainable consumption that was published and printed and distributed in 4 languages. You can also find it on our website and yeah, in all the languages. After that, there was another publication that we will be presenting today, a toolkit for community-led reuse and repair. So manual was more on individual practices and what can we do on our own. And this toolkit is a different tool because it will be able to, let's say, enable you to start your own practices. It has all how-to in it. So as part of that, we were also organizing some events, 3 for each of these newly trained activities. And yeah, we met then 3 times, and now we will talk more about the partners and the study visits, because study visits were one of the, I would say, most precious part of the project, because not only that it affected us as visitors, but it also affected people who were visited by us, because they also could see that their practice is valuable and that people want to learn. And so we were basically also creating communities on the go wherever we would go, but we will hear, as I said, more about it. Yeah, we started in Novi Sad, and we went to Athens, and we finished in Zagreb this year. So now for you to meet the project partners and maybe get inspired to become also a member of the community of reuse practice, which we were developing, we will start with Zelena Akcija. Yeah, people who are here in person maybe know Zelena Akcija, but it's not the case for the rest, so bear with me if you already know it. So Zelena Akcija, it's just shortly about us. We are mainly working and encouraging environmental protection systems, environmental protection system, and encouraging change through campaigns, nonviolent direct actions, projects, public participation in decision making, etc. We are guided by principles of social justice and systemic change. And we aim to improve decision-making and the quality of life in Croatia in general, like in public participation in decision-making. Our work is mainly based on volunteers, activists, and we as professional team are supporting them. That's why this is one of the key projects for us, because it not only is teaching us or shaping us as a professional team, but it also always goes down to our volunteers and activists who are also contributing and participating. They were also with us on study visits, because we are also a community here in Zelena Akcija. And yeah, we are also members of many environmental networks in the world, and that's how we also got to know some of the partners. So now I will show you some pictures of what we see here. This was study visit organized by Zelena Akcija, and it happened this year. So the agenda was fully packed. We went to, first we didn't have to move too much. We just went downstairs to show a bicycle workshop, and that was a very valuable part for partners because they could see the whole setup. We are, I would say, more privileged than the rest of partners because we have actually resources, I mean not resources, but sorry, but space also to organize it, which is very important, so we hope we keep it. Then we also went to visit Humana Nova enterprise in Čakovec. It's a social enterprise based on community reuse of textile, in the sense that they are gathering textile from users, and then they are either recycling or upcycling them and or selling them, and they employ people with disabilities. And this was one of the very nice business model, which also consists of reuse. So we, of course, we went to see, and we are also close partners with Humana Nova in general. Then you can see some pictures from us. We were in, this is the second-hand shop. And then we also went to see the difference. We went to Humana Zagreb as well. They are separated because Humana Zagreb, unfortunately, they don't have capacity to upcycle stuff, so they are just selling and collecting, selling and recycling. Yeah, you can see more from Humana Čakovec, how the scraps are being made. We are using all these practices now as part of our textile workshops as well. We also went to visit Precom in Prelog, which is the most successful waste management company in Croatia. We visited their reuse center, the only reuse center in Croatia, and it's also kind of like, it functions as one person is employed, and everything that is earned goes for employment of that one person. Then we went to visit Vestigium Community Center with volunteer initiatives and workshops because they are also gathering a community around many different practices, such as clothes swaps and other events. They are very open to everything, so it's kind of also a good example of how community can gather around common interests. And I would say that preserving resources and our planet is a common interest of everyone on small or a larger scale. We also went to visit our friends in Radiona. They are also Learn to Repair hub. And they are mainly doing the electrical appliances, and yeah, it was also a successful visit, so we went all the way. We covered, I think, all the topics. Then we also had a presentation from Upcyklici initiative, and they will be joining us here today, so you will hear more from them. It's also one very nice volunteer repair initiative. And that was also part, while volunteers are here, we were testing a methodology of Learn to Repair events here in Zelena Akcija. You can see the pictures. So yeah, that is it from Croatia. I mean, we have many more pictures, so you can always find them on our websites, not to take more time, but I would say that it was valuable experience for all of us. Because also while we were shaping the program, we got in touch with some people who we didn't know from before. For example, Matija from Upcyklici, we knew about his work, but we didn't meet him in person. And then through this project and visiting practices, we did, and now there is space for future collaboration based on that. So that's just one example, but I would say that this contemporary community was also very nice. And now I'm giving the word to Elena, partners from Greece. She will present Ecological Recycling Society as an organization, and also she will show us the video from our study visit in Athens and a few pictures. After her, then Vojvodina Volunteer Center is coming up next. So, Elena, you can take the floor. We can't hear you, Elena. Are you muted? No? Okay, we see your slides, Elena, but we cannot hear you. Wait. If Elena, or then we can. Okay. Yeah. Now it's something is happening, so you can. Can you check your connection, Wi-Fi connection?
So it appears that other people can hear her.
We cannot hear.
Maybe only us. Maybe it's only us, because the rest say that they can hear her really well.
Jel si na dobrom kanalu? Ne, tu si na original. Ne, original.
Presentation and hope for the best.
Okay, now we can hear you.
Okay.
I am from ecological environmental NGO that is focused on
It's about the connection.
And energy use, recycling, and best waste management practices through a variety of actions at national and international level. And we are part of various networks, along with Zelena Axia as well, such as User Waste Europe, etc. Plastics and plastic bags, composting, home composting, reuse of waste, electrical, electronic equipment, is at least in this project. Recycling, zero waste, and Greek public green past year in October, from the 23rd to the 27th. We had the great pleasure of having our partners here for our study visit, which was electrical and electronic equipment in general, but not just. So, as initiatives to showcase how reuse can become activities with the public that promote environmental and social goals. One of those is arts and professions. The agriculture, food and department specifically, and will be activity with the students where they learn about the consequences of a job that operates on the at the community level for the students always so they can swap clothes. And you'll hear from on later. Only organizations, groups, basically. It's a free group. And here, and our friend Maxi personnel exchanging opinions with the public. Sorting center, which was a very interesting visit because how electronic equipment works and devices from the market because saves the waste stream. We had a very watch the as here we see a toaster in real time, and we also visited the Schedia Street Paper, an organization who will also be speaking on the next panel. They support homeless population here in Athens by publishing a monthly street paper, but this is not all they do. They have a Schedia Art Project and Schedia Home, which is a space and a coffee shop in Athens, where those projects combine, they create jobs for homeless people to in upcycling mostly paper, since they produce the street paper, but also other materials into wonderful new objects that they sell. But they also hold upcycling workshops that anyone can book and participate. Here you see pictures of us participating in this workshop, where we got to make our own items out of old issues of the street paper. And we had a chance to hear a lot about the story of the organization. We also visited the Panelkinesis social enterprise. They will also be presenting later on. This is an amazing initiative that repairs mostly laptops and home computers for students and operate a repair shop in a very busy area of Athens, where citizens can get their devices fixed in a very fair price and have access to refurbished devices. And on the last day, after we had a capacity building workshop on systems of repairs and preparation for use and reuse and legislation, we decided to share with our partners some activities we usually organize on the side of other events, mainly targeted towards kids, so they can, so that they can be occupied and learn about fabric upcycling and fabric waste in a way that's interesting for them and that it's fun for the whole family to engage at home. So we made our own totes and we made our own hats. And that concluded our study visit in Greece. So I'm going to pass the floor back to Anna.
Hello now. Thank you,
Sorry.
Elena. Francesca is next, so from Vojvodan Volunteer Center. So I pass the word to Francesca. Hopefully with more luck and less technical problems.
Joanna, are you able to hear me, first of all?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. So I will share my screen so it is easier for everybody to follow what I'm talking about. 1 second. Okay. Hello, everybody. My name is Francesca Feichner. I come to you from Volunteer Center of Vojvodina. And we are part of a larger network, Service Civil International, and we're the branch here in Serbia. The organization was founded in 2005, so by next year we will be celebrating our 20th birthday, and we joined the SCI branch in 2008. Since then, we based all of our activities on non-formal education that are aimed at raising awareness on various relevant social and environmental topics. With local solidarity actions based on volunteering and capacity building for volunteers, we strive to educate people and to provide them with more chances to understand how society works on a local, regional, and a global level. We do most of these actions through mobility of young people and youth workers, international or short-term work camps, and volunteering opportunities such as the European Solidarity Corps programs, Wellwards and Service Civique. So those are some of our more, how to say, renowned partnerships. And after we joined the project with our partners from Serbia, from Croatia and Greece, we decided to try to rediscover and maybe focus more of our engagement to the local community. So just a bit of a presentation of the team. Since 2005, we have been organizing and promoting volunteerism and community development in Serbia, and our core values include social justice, environmental sustainability through local actions and on a daily level, as well as community empowerment. So since I was not a part of Volunteer Center of Vojvodina back in 2002, I joined last year in September. I would like to start off our cooperation with a short report that was done during the study visit to Novi Sad from a swap party that we did at a Russian culture center called Matka.
I animirati ljude da čuvaju okoliš, u ovom slučaju razvoj novih predmeta koje više ne koriste.
Riječ je o događaju koji se zove vodećem s ciljem smanjenja nastaje otpada od tekstila i istovremeno zadovoljavanje sa potrebama vezanim na tekstil, odnosno na odjeću. Poanta je da se ponovno upotrijebi tekstil kako bi se izbjegli kupovina novog i da se umjesto da se baci u smeće ili na bilo drugi način neprikladno odloži, zapravo da nova šansa toj odjeći da nađe novog vlasnika kako bi životni ciklus proizvoda bio što duži, kako bi se onda trajno smanjio nastanak potoka.
Ovo je prvi put da Volonterski centar Vojvodine na ovaj način surađuje sa partnerima iz drugih zemalja i regija.
Sad radimo s organizacijom za relaciju Zagreba i organizaciju Ekore iz Kine. Radi se o međunarodnom projektu na kojem sve dvije organizacije učestvuju sa idejom da učimo jedno drugih o tome na kojim načinima možemo pokazati i naučiti našim sugrađanima i sugrađankama da smanjuju svoje ekološke otiske od toga da ćemo imati radionice povrati bicikala, radionice mladih kućnih do toga da ćemo zapravo jake gdje se smanjuju od vezani za tekstil za odjeću.
Proljetni buvljak organiziran je u sklopu projekta Towards Communities of Reuse Practices uz financijsku podršku Europske komisije.
Okay, so as you saw from this brief report, we were we were organizing clothes swaps, and many of our organization in Novi Sad that we collaborate with organize them as well, like independently. And we have this network of support that sometimes the clothes that were mended or the materials that were used for some workshops were shared and dispersed, like Anna mentioned their collaboration with our partners in Croatia. Sorry. So during the study visit, on the left, this image is Laura. She is a youth worker and a volunteer who is locally active in several organizations. She organized swap parties for transgender youth in a safe space, so they are able to explore and express their creativity with finding clothes that suit their identity the best. The picture on the right is from Labyrinth Art. It is a textile studio that was led by Dragana, who mend clothes, giving them a new life. More during the pictures, the third example of textile use is a student company called Soft Awareness from the school Mileva Maric Einstein. It's a technical school. The idea of this project was to make toys in the shape of animals that are at risk of extinction, and every toy has its own QR code through which you can learn more about that species and the problems that threatened it. Looking ahead after these years and study visits from to Greece and to Croatia, Volunteer Center of Vojvodina, we gain new skills, and what we learned is that there are many common activities and strategies that when joined together, we can develop universal methodologies that can help even other organizations to organize such or similar events, but you will hear about this more later on the agenda. And building upon the successes of this project, we are committed to expanding our reach because we want to extend our initiatives to other communities in Vojvodina. And since a few days ago, we opened up an office in Subotica, and we would like to open up our doors to the exchange of experiences and communities to try to bridge some gaps from the Serbian and Hungarian communities that live there together, because there are many opportunities that can pop up from here. To further enhance our impact with developing innovative workshops and training programs like textile repair and upcycling to address specific community needs. To strengthen further our partnerships with collaborating with local organizations, businesses, and institutions to create a sustainable network of support. And this project really allowed us, because more and more people and initiatives are interested in finding ways on how to lessen their carbon footprints and to make their smaller communities more aware of the steps they can take to contribute to this change. And finally, through all of this, we want to advocate for sustainable practices by simply living these examples and creating awareness campaigns, educational programs, and policy advocacy. And I will stop sharing the screen. I hope I wasn't fast enough and that you all understood me. And I thank you for your time, and I will pass the voice down to Anna again.
Thank you, Francesca. Yeah, we will have some time for questions in the end. So if there will be some questions, you will have a chance. And now I would like to invite Eugen, who will present us with the toolkit, our recent output. And I would say, key output that is enabling reuse in communities, let's say, worldwide, but yeah, at least regional-wide now.
Okay, so yes, I'm gonna tell you something about the, as Anna said, the key output of the whole project, and I think, yeah, probably it's not an exaggeration, because it somehow summarized everything that we've been doing during the project, and it summarized, it is somehow like the main result of our like exchange of experience, exchange of knowledge, exchange of practices, which was basically something that this project was about. On this, with these QR codes, you can access the PDFs of the toolkit, of the publication in Croatian and in Croatian and English language. Also, the toolkit has been translated to Greek and to Serbian, and the layout is being made at the moment, but it is not yet available. It will be available until the end of the next week. Here you also have the links as links, but they're not visible because the letters are blue. Okay, so you can go to the next slide. Okay, but this is, I think, the wrong presentation. Okay, so there is a presentation which is, yeah, okay, sorry. In non-capital letters. So it's called copy of, it's called Toolkit Eugen. Ha ha ha. Toolkit-Eugen. Yeah, great. That's the one. That's my personal project, so that's why it's called like that. Okay, we can go to the next slide. Okay. What Toolkit is about, it is about providing practical guidelines for organizing community-based reuse and repair practices, and unlike the manual that we produced also as a part of the project, it is not about some kind of like personal changes, like your changes in your everyday life that you can do individually, but it is about activities that can be practiced collectively, that can be practiced, that you can practice as a group. Yeah. Okay, next slide. Yeah, so before like going to the toolkit, let's just try to somehow explain what do we mean by community-based or community-led reuse and repair practices. These are the practices that we practiced. All these NGOs that are involved in the project, but not only us. So these are first and foremost reuse and repair practices in which people participate voluntarily. By voluntarily, I mean you can imagine, and there are reuse and repair practices which you are not practicing voluntarily. So, like, let's say there are schemes, I don't know, return bottle schemes or any kind of schemes where you're like bringing certain goods to be reused that you're doing either for like retrieving some kind of fee, or because it's somehow a rule and law like that you need to reuse or recycle something like through these VEE waste schemes and so on. But we are talking about the activities that people really choose to do, you know. So you are choosing to, I don't know, to repair your bicycle or to repair your clothes or to swap your clothes. That's it. No, leave it. Oh, okay, am I over time? No. I will be. Usually, they're usually practiced in the form of social or community events, and usually volunteer work is important part of those activities. So, for example, when we are repairing bicycles, besides me and my colleague who are like working here, all the other 20 people are volunteers, and they're doing this once a week voluntarily because they like to do that. Same is with clothes repair activities, same is with people who service clothes swap parties, same is with small appliances repair workshops, and so on. Yeah, and of course you will maybe ask yourself, why would we want to do that? Okay, as NGOs we need to do something, so I think that's a very good choice. Why? Because I think when we started in Zelena Akcija with this activity, we saw it when we started a long time ago with the bicycle repairing activity. We saw it as a good way of promoting a certain cause, of raising awareness about the issues of reuse, of resource efficiency, when like not only about reuse and resource efficiency, but also about you can use these activities to raise awareness about variety of topics. For example, with the bicycle repair activity, we've been also able to raise the awareness about the issues of sustainable traffic and so on. So that's first. You also have an opportunity to provide goods and services for free to the people that need them. This is something that we knew from before and was really recognized as a part of this project, that in all these activities we are somehow supporting those that are underprivileged or disadvantaged. Either they are unable to provide clothes, or they are unable to provide the means of transportation and so on. And this we have been partly able to help those people with the goods and services that we provided. It is one very good way of teaching the so-called sustainability skills. So this is something that becomes more and more important. Knowing how to, let's say, mend the clothes, or like to repair the clothes, or to repair the bicycle, this is one mode of this is one example of those sustainability skills, which will play more and more important role if we want to transition to the society to so-called circular future, or to circular communities. We need to develop and to spread such skills, and by doing these activities we can do this in like very nice and appealing way. And of course the goal is to build social cohesion through volunteer work and community events, and like somehow like building social cohesion is like basically one very important aspect of what all the NGOs are doing or should be doing. Okay. Yeah.
I already covered this part a bit.
Yeah. Okay. So as we said, the project was about exchanging experience, exchanging knowledge, and this we've been doing through all kind of through several activities. The basis for this toolkit was development of so-called methodologies. So let's say that each of the organizations that participated in the project, and it was 3 of them, so you heard all of us. It was Zelena Akcija from Zagreb, it is Volunteer Center of Vojvodina from Serbia, from Novi Sad, an Ecological Recycling Society from Greece. Like, let's say that each of them had like very significant, had like a lot of experience with developing, with implementing certain certain practices. Yeah, thank you. So we have like a great experience with, let's say, with repairing bikes. People from Vojvodina first started, of all of us, with swap parties, and ecological recycling societies has a significant experience in like organizing these small appliances, this repair, so-called repair cafe activities, and we were somehow teaching each other on how to implement those activities, and each organization needed to implement some of the activities that it was not implementing before, or was not, or improve them if they were implementing them previously. Also, each organization had some kind of some specific expertise. We have like expertise on campaigning and awareness raising. I mean, each of organizations has some experience, but let's say that in some organizations have more experience in that field. Volunteer Center of Vojvodina has a significant expertise in volunteer management. And Ecorec has really like a great expertise in the legislation related to reuse and right to repair. So we've all benefited from these expertise. Okay, next. Yeah, okay, so the toolkit was developed, I mean, it started somehow in May 2023 with development of these methodologies. So we developed methodology for organizing bicycle repair workshops, for swap parties, and for small appliances, learn to repair events. From March to October 2023, based on these methodologies, the online trainings have been held, on which all the project partners participated. And from February to August 2024, we were writing texts for the toolkit, and all project partners participated in that. And from September to November, we were like editing the text, proofreading, layouting, and so on. And this project is finally finished. I'm very sorry that we not yet have like a printed copy of the toolkit. We had problems with the printing house in Novi Sad, but like, but the layout is here, and like the thing is finished, and you can download it for the from the internet, the PDF version. Okay, and when we are talking about, when we are mentioning the PDF version, let's see that PDF version, if I may ask. So, okay.
We need to click.
You can click. Okay. Okay. So yeah, content. Okay. Yeah, let's go.
This works.
Okay. 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 Okay, so basically the toolkit is comprised of three main parts. First part is theoretical. So it is dealing with the theory behind the theory of how would I say the waste management, or the principles of what should be the principles of sound waste management. And here we are explaining in details, but in a, let's say, easy and understandable way, the things such as waste pyramid. We are explaining methodology, like what is reuse, what is recycle, and so on, because there are like many misunderstandings in the media about that, and even among the people who practice reuse and recycle. And we thought it would be good for people who are interested to practice such activities to understand the distinctions when it comes to terminology and to know to have some basic idea about what should be what is the desirable way and environmentally sound way of managing the waste. Okay, we can go to the next chapter. Okay. Second part is about practice. This is basically this part was built on the basis of those methodologies that I mentioned. So we were thinking, should we want to go for somehow like explanation, description of the particular activities, but we decided against this approach because activities can be plenty. There can be plenty of activities. Maybe maybe some people will come up with activities that we haven't thought of. We divided somehow all the activities all the activities by like on swap events and learn to repair events. So we somehow realized that some needs and like many of the needs, many of the principles are shared between various swap activities and like various learn to repair activities, and that's why we are describing them in more general fashion. But again, like like in a very practical fashion, because I think if you want to swap clothes, or if you want to swap books, or if you want to swap toys, most of the things will be very similar. But if you want to repair bicycles, or if you want to repair clothes, or if you want to repair small appliances, this requires some different set of conditions, and then some you need to approach it in a different way. So that's why we decided for that division. Okay, Okay, that's it, and we can go to the last chapter. We also have like lists of tools and equipment needed for starting the activities. And the last chapter is about working with the volunteers. So as I said, the community-based reuse and repair activities that we are talking about are based largely on the volunteer work. So that's why it was very important for us to give some guidelines to the people that would maybe want to start, and to primarily the organizations that would maybe want to start with implementations of such activities, on how to work with volunteers. Because this is something with which many organizations have problems with, like mobilizing volunteers to involve them into activities. And I can say that we have been relatively successful in this. So our organizations have been relatively successful with this. So for example, in Zelena Akcija, we gathered, we have like something, let's say maybe at the moment I would say I think about 50 volunteers somehow servicing these activities in Zelena Akcija. And this is a great success, and I think other organizations can benefit from our experience. And also there is like here there is experience of Volunteer Center of Vojvodina, which is of course managing volunteers. This is one of their core businesses and so on. And yeah, and also we are like somehow at the end of this chapter we are addressing the issue of working with primarily with the volunteers that for some reason are underprivileged in those activities. For example, in learn to repair activities, women are usually underrepresented. There is like in most of the cases you have like more men than women doing such activities. And we have some experience in encouraging women to get involved into such activities. And so we are sharing this experience in the toolkit. Yeah, we also have some experience, and other organizations have some experience in working with other vulnerable groups, such as LGBTIQ and so on. And this experience is also presented here. Okay, that would be it. I hope that I'm not past the time like greatly. If you have some questions, you may ask.
Yeah, now it's question time, and then we will go on a short break. Okay, one question there. And you can say for who.
Yeah, for...
And you can say your name.
Okay. My name is Dragica Mateković-Rubić, and I have like technical question for you. Where can we find this toolkit? Is it on your website or?
Yeah, it's on our website also, in the publication section of the Zelena Akcija website, and also like at the beginning you saw this QR code, and on the wall you have QR code and the link to the toolkit.
Super, thank you.
And also we will have, because this is just one part of the project, and we will have the whole event dedicated to the presentation of just the toolkit, so you can also come there and get your hard copy as well.
Of course, it will be available as a printed version, so the number of copies will not be great, because we didn't want to create a lot of waste, you know, so it will be 150 copies of each language, so it will be in 4 languages, Croatian and Serbian, and Greek and English. And yeah, it will be distributed on the events that we will be having here, also maybe through libraries or like on the events that we will organize. But the focus is on distribution of the digital, of the electronic version. Yeah.
Thank you.
For now,
no question from the audience. Okay, then we will. There's one more. Okay, patience.
Hello, my name is Kristina Balenović. I'm a lawyer in social policies, but I have a question about the coffee repair. Do we have it in Zagreb or in Croatia somewhere? Because I was quite detailed in going through your toolkit, but I didn't find the information. Do we have it and where?
Okay, so yes, so we were not like in the toolkit. We have not been mentioning exact places and terms when those activities are happening. Regarding, but I can tell you if you're interested. So the bicycle repair workshops are happening each Thursday from 5 to 8 p.m. Here in the ground floor. The repair cafes are happening once a month. It is which Friday? Second? It was third Friday in the month. Also 5 to 8 p.m. Clothes swap parties are happening when? Last Wednesday of the month. And Shiv Pop will a month, but the term is not yet fixed. Okay, but also probably for the clothes repair clothes repair activity, term will soon be fixed, and it will be also happening probably on the monthly basis. But yeah, okay.
My question was referring more to the possibility that you have a continuous place, for example, in Zagreb, where you could, for example, fix your laptop. That's why I meant like a cafe, because this concept exists, but I'm not familiar that it exists in Zagreb. So.
Yeah. Okay. So the repair cafe is the concept, and our like small appliances workshop, learn to repair workshops are in fact that. There is basically the same activity, but okay, maybe somewhere like abroad, if it's organized by the organizations that have even larger capacities than ours, maybe it is happening one each day. But this usually, I think, even abroad, this is mostly not the case. So even the repair cafes are happening as events that are happening periodically. Why is that important? And we are also talking about that in the chapter about volunteering, because volunteers need to be motivated to do the job. And of course, you're not motivating volunteers with money, but you're motivating them by some other opportunities. And one of the most important opportunities is opportunity to spend quality time with your peers, with the people that are interested in the same stuff as you. And of course, as a volunteer, you cannot do too many hours. Like if you do it more than, let's say, 5 or 6 hours a week, this is not volunteering anymore. And people want to be together, and they cannot be together every day. So that's why swap parties are parties in a way. And that's why even the Learn to Repair events are also in a way some sort of quiet parties, and they're like gathering of the volunteers, so the people that like to gather each other, like to gather together, like to gather together, like to get together. So that's the reason why this stuff is happening periodically, and usually it is not opened every day. It could be opened every day if you would have some kind of entrepreneurial component, but we are not considering this. Like, so of course, if you would be able to have, like, I don't know, maybe like a coffee place where you're selling coffee, and then, but I don't know, but this was not something that we've been considering. We were like dealing with purely volunteer activities, with basically without an entrepreneurial component.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, but and there are cases of, for example, in Riperai in Rijeka, that's the case where a waste management company is organizing such events, but they are employees and they are not volunteers. So it's kind of different, but yeah, there is a difference, but the idea is the same, to fix and not to waste. Okay, we have one question from Zoom. So can we? I'm just yeah, it's just on. Okay, so you can. Yeah, Antigone, you had one question.
Hello, hi everyone. It was actually to add on what was being said about the repair cafes and the Learn to Repair events and whether they're permanent or not. I completely agree with what was said beforehand. The point, one of the major points is that the volunteers, and very often these are people that work professionally in this area, in your neighborhoods and in your communities, teach people how easy it is to repair and, you know, their product and whatever, but it's also a way for them for the community to get to know these, you know, what's often maybe a seamstress in a small locale, or an electrician, or someone that repairs furniture, professionally, yes, but that maybe not everybody knows about them. They're not supposed to be competitive with, you know, the local people working locally. It's supposed to be also a way for people to know that these people are there and that they, you know, this is a cobbler that fixes shoes and that you can go and maybe pay something if it's necessary, if it's beyond what you can learn in a or with tools that you may not have, you know. So they're not meant to compete. They're supposed to be complementary, I think. And these seamstresses or people that know about electronics that are certified and can help repair things and so forth, they come in and volunteer their time, but they go back to working regularly at their jobs and so forth. And it's also meant to be a way for the communities to support them. Thanks.
Thank you, Antigone, for contribution. I think it was valuable to mention all this. And now we are finally, because we are over time, so if you had some questions, you can leave them for another round of questions, which will happen by the end of the next session, which will start in 20 minutes. So we have a 20-minute coffee break. People on Zoom, you will hear, we will put some music so you can do whatever you want. And then when you hear us talking, that means that you can come back. So yeah. See you soon. continue our talk around legislation and systems, so to see what is the frame, what is the surroundings, what is the context that we are operating in. We have 4 speakers for this section. There will be slight of change. First we will start with Jaka, but I will, who is part of Jaka Krajnc from Ekologi Brez Meja or Zero Waste Slovenia organization. He is also part. His work is mainly involved around the Right to Repair initiative. So I would just kindly ask him to tell us shortly about what is going on with this initiative, where are the main points of discussion in this moment, and how is this work related to maybe work you do or the work we all do as part of Zero Waste movement. So, Jaka, go ahead.
Thank you. I hope you can hear me well. Welcome everyone. And yes, correct. There is the whole to repair movement, the right to repair, because we strongly believe that items, when they break, they should be repaired and should be able to repair, and the repair should be accessible. So there's a whole coalition of people working at the European level, at the international level, on making this happen. We call it that we want the universal right to repair, where it's not just something on the paper, but it's also financially viable. It's not cheaper to just buy a new product, and so on. So it's a coalition. For example, in Right to Repair Europe, we have over 150 members. That includes NGOs that work on advocacy, that includes the repair sector, so individual repairers, companies that do repairs, companies providing spare parts, producers that are more circular in their mindset, let's say, even some political parties, I believe. And the coalition does a lot of work on influencing policy. And most of this policy, or let's say the framework of this policy, is set at the European level. So a lot of work went this year into the Right to Repair Directive. A lot of the work went into the ESPR Directive, so the new eco-design for sustainable products regulation, which is just a renewal of the eco-design directive that we had before. And of course, we have a bunch of experts from consumer organizations and technical experts that work on individual files, because now, for example, I believe there is some technical standards and sub-directives being developed for screens and for cars and for individual items. Because maybe you've heard that, sure, now we get a Right to Repair directive, and it's bringing a bunch of measures, and countries will have to implement at least one, and information will be more accessible, etc., etc. But the scope of the directive is currently very limited, because it only applies to products who already have eco-design requirements. So as new eco-design requirements will come for new product groups, they will automatically also have to include repair measures. And one thing that we really like to address and fight against is anti-repair measures, actually. And that's not something typically in legislation, but it's a part of the design process of, let's say, consumption from the industrial side. There are things like planned obsolescence, things like items that are hard to even disassemble properly, non-destructively, software practices like part pairing, where you can't, you can't put your own operating system on your router, or you can't swap the system on your phone, for example, without voiding the warranty. So there are many details that can be quite technical, but on the policy landscape, a lot has changed this year. We can be satisfied with that. And now it's actually the turn of the member states who will have to implement the directive to do their job. So I assume we have a bunch of activists in the audience. Now it's up to us to be vocal, to push our governments to not just say, oh yeah, we'll do an information campaign and that's one measure and we're good for the directive, but to really push for financial measures as well. Because every study that you look at, you see that financial measures or financial barriers are the main barriers to repair. So We have great examples from German regions, from the whole of Austria, from elsewhere, where they're implementing repair bonuses, where they're co-financing people to repair. And we have lower VAT rates available, and it's not implemented in all the countries yet. So plenty of choices to make repair also cheaper, to also boost the repair sector itself, so it can be more competitive. And there's a lot of work for us to do still here. And since it's a way to, let's say, extend the lifetime of products, since it's a way to upgrade products sometimes, it's a great way to prevent waste in general. So it fits very nicely into our zero waste work, in our waste prevention work, in our circular economy work, so to speak. But yes, I think I'm starting to ramble, so I'll conclude here.
No, thank you, Jaka. You did not start to ramble. I think you left us at a good point where we can see, because I would also like to emphasize that by doing this project, we want to also kind of shape the culture of reuse, and part of the reuse culture are also, as you said, professions related to reuse, and also what Antigone said, it's complementary rather than a competitive thing from volunteer and repair, but somehow these skills as well as professions are forgotten, and they are disappearing from the markets as because of overconsumption. There was no need of repair that much, so hopefully this will kind of shift us in the future ways from overproduction to maintenance and repair of what is already produced. So yeah, thank you, Jaka, and yeah, it shapes our system. Next, I would like to ask Antigone to show up for the floor and tell us also, commenting on legislation. So what can we do in the meantime? Because as Jaka mentioned, now we have certain legislation on EU level, but it really depends on how member states are going to translate it to our national laws, which often is lacking, and they're always somehow of how to say, watering down whatever the ambition it is on EU level. On the national level, it disappears completely, so hopefully it won't happen. But even if it does, because even though we are trying, we are not always as successful, because it doesn't depend solely on us, but on the decision makers. There are certainly things that we can already do, and for example, like this project, but maybe some other initiatives. So Antigone, if you can tell us more about it. You have the floor.
Yes, hi everyone. I've also prepared a presentation, so if I can share, I think I can. If not, I'll share. Okay, perfect. Can you guys see the presentation? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I can see it.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. All right. So, yeah, I'm going to present the reuse network a little bit to show you how repair and reuse is happening across Europe and its impact. And then I'll wrap up with legislative obstacles and initiatives and tools that can and should be used. So, reuse, which stands for reuse and recycling of EU social enterprises, is a network of social enterprises and NGOs active in the field of reuse, repair, and recycling. We have members in 30 countries, 33 national member organizations, that many of which have sub-members within their countries, and this is equivalent to 1,200 social enterprises. So social enterprises are, most of them are reuse centers or reuse shops that work within their communities, and but also work very closely with people that are marginalized or, in the process of, that have more difficulty trying to get work in a regular work environment. And so a lot of it is work integration. So what our members do, we collect, sort, and redistribute 26 streams from furniture, textiles, tires, and paint. I'll go into further detail there. We promote best social and circular practices and innovation, make essential goods accessible to all income levels. A very important aspect is working locally and providing high quality secondhand goods to people that would either not be able to afford brand new things or would be able to afford something of much lesser quality. So this is another aspect of the social impact. We provide jobs, training, and skills development to individuals at risk of socioeconomic exclusion. And we advocate for enabling environmental protection at the local, regional, and national levels. Impact. So our members, like I said before, 1,200 social enterprises. In these, over 120,000 people are employed or volunteer or train. And I think it's very important to say that the higher we are up the waste hierarchy, the more jobs are created. So within our network, we've measured that 70 jobs are created per 1,000 pounds of waste collected with the view of being reused. Not everything is reused, but the separate collection, the sorting, the dismantling in cases where things need to be recycled and can't be saved, and the reuse process creates approximately 70 jobs per 1,000 tons of waste separately collected. The economic impact. So all the members of the network and all their members through reuse activities have a turnover of over €1 billion. So it is an economic activity. And they employ and they have over 39 million customers in 2,600 shops. So that means that 39 million people have access to high quality secondhand goods that maybe they wouldn't be able to have in under other circumstances. The environmental impact: over 1 million tons of waste are separately collected by reuse members. Of those, 690,000 are diverted from landfill. 260,000 tons of goods are reused locally. And that's the equivalent of 110,000 CO2 emissions of EU citizens. Per waste stream, like I said, there are 27 material streams that our members work in. I won't go into them, but I'll focus on 4 of the largest. So textiles, 337,000 textile waste is separately collected. Of that, 47,000 is locally reused. I'm only providing the numbers that are locally reused because that's what we can measure and we can guarantee that's been locally reused. With textiles, I think you're all aware of the growing problem that's come to a crunch lately. I mean, we've all discussed, I think, in the room about fast fashion and ultra fast fashion. This is affecting the secondhand market as well, because when things are separately collected, very often it takes a lot longer to sort out the fast fashion and the ultra fast fashion, which usually has no resale value or reuse capacity because they're of very low quality. I think that's and quite recently you see, I think, the largest recycler even of textiles waste in Europe, in Germany, has gone bankrupt. So I think this is a very growing problem. You have much more textile waste of very low quality coming in, which is very difficult to recycle as well. And this is having an impact around the entire in the entire sector. A step in the right direction is the PR systems, but it seems like they will be delayed. And so now with at the end of the year, with the separate collection becoming mandatory for textiles, I think we'll see a lot of changes there and a lot of problems because of this gap. Electrical and electronic, 295,000 tons separately collected, 26,000 locally reused. Electronic waste is one of the places where the most jobs are created. I think one of our next speakers will go a little bit more into detail there. Furniture, about half is 210,000 separately collected. Half of that is locally reused approximately. And as well, small household goods, over half of 88,000 separately collected and 47,000 reused locally. So those are books, records, products, toys, and plates, household goods in general. I'll go to a little bit to the legislative impact. So as a network, again, which focuses on social economy and social actors as well and promotes that aspect as well, I think there have been some great strides in getting the recognition at the European level of the role of social economy and that social enterprises can have on the circular economy and how it supports local action and initiatives. I think this is a step in the right direction at the European level. Of course, there are great gaps across Europe on how social economy and social enterprises are supported, how they're recognized, if they're recognized, and you know, the support they get from their own government. I think there are a lot of steps that should be taken and that still need to be taken in that direction, at least in Greece. Yeah. So the right to repair, I won't go into great detail because Yaka just gave us a wonderful overview of what happened there with the latest piece of legislation and the directive. Just quickly for the reuse centers, some of the highlights: fair access to spare parts, which is good. National financial incentives for repair that'll have to be implemented, and the increased visibility of reuse and repair. As far as reuse is concerned, it's a step in the right direction, but there's still a huge gap in what actual devices and appliances fall under the scope of this directive. So hopefully it's very limited. Hopefully we'll see a lot more of devices and equipment coming in and being covered by the directive. The toolbox. So you have a lot of options for policy interventions. One is from the social aspect, recognizing and certifying skills in the social and circular economy. Green and socially responsible public procurement. For those of you here, it may seem quite obvious in public procurement. So that's what the public sector is allowed to buy. Up until maybe 10, 12 years ago, if you were if you had a European project going, you weren't allowed to buy a secondhand good. It had to be brand new. So it could have green, how do you say, options, but if it was secondhand, it wasn't allowed to be bought with European money. So this is a change in the public procurement policy at the EU, that now you can buy secondhand goods. So, you know, there are things like that that need to be discussed and introduced to, you know, to be able to move forward. Reduced or zero VAT on repair services is an option, and I'll talk about some of those further on. Tax deductions and subsidies for consumers opting for repair. We need separate quantitative reuse and repair targets rather than combined with recycling targets. And further introduction of extended producer responsibility. We have it for electrical and electronic waste, but there's still a lot of separate waste streams that also need to have it introduced. It could be a tool. Fighting obsolescence, Jaka touched on this earlier. Things are not made as they used to be in a lot of ways, and sorry about that, and things aren't made as they used to be. And in fact, a lot of us know that things that were built many years ago lasted a lot longer than what they last now. So things are kind of designed to either not be, to become obsolete, whether it's software updates on your mobile phones, or whether it's a stove or a refrigerator that used to last maybe 20 years, 25 years, and now has a lifespan of 10 to 12 years, and they're getting shorter. So in France, what are they doing? They've introduced a mandatory repairability index. So when something that's electrical, electronic is sold on the market, it gets a score that lets consumers know whether or not it can be repaired, how easy it is to be repaired, how easy it'll be to find spare parts, and if those will be expensive or cheaper. This will slowly be replaced by the durability index, which will start with TVs and washing machines, which will also provide criteria on reliability. And Belgium is following on the repairability index in 2023 for the products put on their market. Stimulating repair, the repair bonuses, I think Jaka mentioned that as well. I'll give you the example of Austria in 2022. Almost all in private households have access to the repair bonus. So if people call in a repairer and they give an estimate, they'll be able to get 30 euro, up to 30 euros or 50% of the cost back from the government, or 50, and if they choose to repair it, up to 200 euro back, or up to 50% of the repair cost. How was this funded? This was funded with the pandemic package to Austria, and results in the city of Vienna, the pilot, 9 out of 10 items that were brought in and used through the system could actually be repaired. And France will also be introducing a repair bonus for electrical, electronic equipment, textiles, and shoes, and this will be funded by the EPR systems. I think I'll leave it here. I've gone over time, so I apologize for that, but thanks for your patience. Yeah.
Thank you, Antigone. I think it was very useful to hear everything in more detail, so thank you for the presentation. Next, I would like to then, we are still in Greece with the next speaker. We will now go to visit to facility that is actually sorting electronic waste that we also visited as part of our study visit in Croatia. So they will tell us what impact would it make to have all this implemented, like this, what we hear now, all these measures in a Right to Repair initiative, what would it mean for them also to have, for example, standardized parts? And yeah, that's just one example, because what we could see when we visited there was that even though there was really a will, and they wanted to do stuff, but there were some disabling factors that were making it more difficult, and then still it was more recycling than reuse. So let's hear about the situation there. Spiros Karamoutos, General Manager of Eco-Reset company. I give you the floor.
Well, thank you for the introduction. I hope that you can hear me very well. It was a pleasure, first of all, to welcome you to the facilities of Eco-Reset and to spend the time exchanging opinions about preparation for reuse. I have prepared a short presentation about Eco-Reset and the activities that we are doing in the frame of preparation for reuse of devices, and this will make much easier the understanding of what Eco-Reset is doing at the moment. So I hope that you can see my screen. And well, Eco-Reset is mainly focused on the recovery of resources, and we are treating in this aspect two main streams of waste. One is the waste of electrical and electronic equipment, and we are one of the major companies in the country dedicated to this stream. And we are affiliated and have contract with both take-back schemes of Greece, appliances recycling and photokyclosis. And we are also treating cables at the end of their life. We have 3 different processing lines, and we are treating cables from all over the world, aiming at the recovery of metals and plastics. Apart from that, we have a third industrial activity, which is the production of alternative solid fuel coming from commercial and municipal bulky waste, as well as from the rejected part of the sorting centers of the country. And apart from that, we are also providing some services to the industry, so by processing cables or industrial tailings of cables from the major cable producers of the country. And we are also providing services of safe data destruction. But let's focus on the preparation for reuse part of the company, which started because of due to a European LIFE project called REWE, where there were, among others, the Ecological Recycling Society and Appliances Recycling SA as partners of the project. And Eco-Reset is a subcontractor of appliances recycling for the operation of the preparation for reuse center in the wider region of Athens. At the moment, there are 2 centers of this type in Greece. One is the one that Eco-Reset is operating, and the other one is operating somewhere in the wider area of Thessaloniki. And the core activity of these centers is the collection, storage, and the sorting of electronic waste, and depending on their condition and the preparation for reuse or treatment. So, just to get into some more details of what we are doing, we have 3 inspection levels for the incoming electronic waste. The first inspection level is optical inspection. As input material, we have electronic waste that are coming from B2B operations, and approximately we are receiving from these sources around 5,000 tons of waste per year. The first tip is the classification of these wastes according to the contract we have with Appliances Recycling, and this classification takes place in 64 different subcategories. which is a much broader classification than what the European directive is requiring, which is in 6 subcategories. So in the first optical inspection control, we have several criteria according which we classify the devices. So if, for example, we have missing or damaged external parts on the device, or there are cracks, rust, or other major problems of the external part of the device, or if there are traces of leakages of water, oil, or other fluids of the device, these devices are discarded and they are following the route of recycling. Similarly, if the rating plate is missing or is destroyed, or if there is no power supply cable, or if there is no USB port from the mobile phones, then we also discard the devices and they are following the recycling route. The second inspection level is a basic electrical control. So we are checking if the devices have on-off operation, or if they're having voltage leakage. And we are focusing on the 6 types of devices that you are seeing on the screen: mobile phones, desktop computers, laptops, printers, small devices, and TV and monitors. When we are treating desktops or laptops, one of the main risks that we face is the leakage of data. So we have to be sure that all the data of these devices are erased. And for this reason, we are using the ISTEC Dispose Secure software, where we can completely erase data from disks. And it has different wiping levels according to the security standards that perhaps even some of the customers may require. And these are internationally approved wiping standards. And we apply to all the desktops and laptops which are about to be prepared for reuse. For the third inspection level, we are going deeper into the devices, and I will give you some ideas of what are the steps that were of preparation that we are following for each type of device that were previously mentioned. So for the laptops, we are focusing on the cleaning of the fan. We are replacing CPU. We may make a temperature test and on the device, as well as a keyboard test and test for problematic pixels. And moreover, we're capable to replace the laptop screen among other steps for the preparation or for reuse. For the screens of TVs and monitors, we also have a test of problematic pixels. We can have a sound functionality test, as well as an antenna cable test and internet connection test. For printers, we have the toner cartridge ink quality test. We have also the continuous 30 pages printout test when the printer is ready and is intended to be given to a customer. We have also a check for the scanner functions, as well as a connection of the printer to a computer. For small domestic appliances, we follow a simple rule that we dispose unhealthy devices which are maybe dirty and may pose risks to the consumers. We are checking for missing spare parts according to the manuals. We have a ground safety test and a temperature test, and we are able to replace spare parts. And mainly we find these spare parts from other similar devices that arrive to our recycling centers. So we are harvesting parts from similar devices in order to prepare, to use them in the new repaired small devices. And concerning mobile phones, we are checking the charging port functionality. We can replace battery. We can replace the mobile phone screen and remove cards from the mobile phones. And we have also a heat separator for whatever thermal process is required for the repair of a mobile phone. And this is an idea of the sales of various products that we had during 2023. In total, we sold around 4 tons of devices. And as you may see, more than 50% were small devices like microwave ovens, sandwich and coffee makers, and vacuum cleaners. We had a fair portion of refrigerators and sound systems. And the rest of the devices were either washing machine or small IT equipment and screens. However, there are some devices that we don't like to repair, and we are not the experts to repair. So we have chosen not to spend our resources for those that you get to see on the screen. For example, if somebody may ask, scooters, we cannot find the spare parts, and we don't have the knowledge to repair scooters. The same goes also for air conditions. And for the other devices like the earbuds or the keyboards and mouse and projectors, we find that there is no economic interest to repair these devices because the consumers can find easily on the market cheap first-hand devices. We provide guarantee to our customers, which is valid for 3 months. And every repaired device has this label that you see on the screen, where you may see the contact details of our company, so the consumer can track where this device was repaired. Every month we issue a catalog with the devices that are available for the consumers and with the prices of these devices. Apart from the purely technical part of our preparation for the youth center, we also have a big reporting obligation, because our operation is under the umbrella of appliances recycling, which is the major take-back scheme of the country. So we have to provide different levels of reports to the take-back scheme. So every day we provide a daily report with the classification of the incoming wastes to this center per delivery note per subcategory. So we have to report in 64 subcategories per delivery note, which means that we even sometimes have to report for 50 or 60 kilos reception. We have to provide a monthly report, which is a summary of all the daily reports concerning the classification. But we also provide the information about the quantities that undergo the second and the third level test per subcategory. And we also provide the sales report per we subcategory, the 64 subcategories that we mentioned earlier, as well as per item. So we have to declare, for example, that we sold a coffee machine of 3 kilos that is part of the subcategory 5B, and we also provide a price range as well as the country where we sold the device. And overall, at the end of every calendar year, we provide an inventory of per subcategory of all the electronic waste that have passed the first level test. And also we provide an inventory of all the devices that are in our storage area and are ready to be sold. And last but not least, a very important feature of our center is the fact that it provides devices to fragile social groups. So, for example, we have a very good connection with our local municipality. We provide devices for elementary schools. We provide devices for some organization of the municipality that help people that are fragile financially. And we also provide devices for hospitals, for various organizations of and associations of the country. And in general, we find it's something that we are doing with pleasure, because we consider that this is the most important example of how a device can get a second life and be useful to people that do not have the means to purchase a new device that is working for the purpose that they wanted. So that was from my side. If you have any questions, I will reply with pleasure.
Thank you, Spiros. Now we heard in great details what one company can do and how they are doing. I hope that it was interesting for audience, especially the ones that are dealing with electronic waste equipment. We have some in the audience here, so and I would say that it resembles, this is just like super larger scale than what can be done on a volunteer level, but it's very impressive. So thanks for presentation. Final speaker as part of this panel, and then we will continue with inspiring stories. But last on the systems and how reuse operates within systems will be our guest from Serbia, from New Pen organization, Dragan Markovic. So I would kindly ask him to to take the floor, and you can add for screen share. So
I can do screen share, no problem. If you have problem with that.
Okay.
Is it shared? You can see.
Yeah, we can.
Okay, hi everyone. My name is Dragan Markovic, and I'm from a New Pen company from Serbia. As you can see, we produce eco-friendly pencils and colored pencils made from old newspapers. New Pen has founded in 2018 here in Smederevska Palanka, Serbia, with the aim to offer something different on the market of pencils and color pencils. Nevertheless, we have founded in 2018. Whole 2019 we spent to make products, especially because no one have ever are educated to make pencils and color pencils made of old newspapers. Also in 2019 we tested our products according to European regulations. We have all necessary tests according EN 71.1, .2 and .3 regulations. So we have European conformity sign for our products. Our products are a result of upcycling. We also protect environment in production. For example, we bought some ovens for drying pencils and color pencils, but those ovens spent a lot of energy, so we decided not to use them. So we developed our own system to dry pencils naturally on the air. It takes longer time, but it's much environmental friendly. And we also develop and promote primary selection and educate. Education is very important for us. We have several visits, maybe per month, from elementary and high schools to our production. And sometimes I'm going to high schools where we educate children about upcycling and about recycling and about necessary environmental protection. A list of our products. Currently, we have a pencil box. Okay. Currently, we have a pencil box with 6 HB pencils inside. We have color pencils with 12 color pencils with 12 different colors. We also have piece pencils. We have a coloring book, considering that one of our mission is to educate kids about environment. We have really nice 24 drawings with sentences about what they can do to protect environment in daily life. And also together with Women's Center from Užice, we develop pencil case made from used wardrobe. This product fits to our philosophy. It's eco-friendly, 100%, and on the other hand, it's we don't have waste from packaging that way. In addition, we have several projects with Institute for Paper and Cellulose from Ljubljana. First of all, we made color pencils from paper that made from tomato stems for botanical garden in Ljubljana. And also we made pencils from paper that is made from sawdust for one hotel on Bled. And now they are selling that as gifts in their hotel. And this is a really nice example of circular economy. And this year we are connected with McDonald's from Slovenia, and we made color pencils for them, and this paper are from their old billboards. So this is really nice. Also example of circular economy. Most of our production are handmade. So we decided to expand ourselves, and also we applied for projects for Green Agenda for UNDP and United Nations. So we get some funds to make new machines that will speed up our production and to avoid this handmade, so we can let's say attack new markets and to find more people to sell. I can. This is our crew, people who create magic. Our CEO is Slavica, production manager Bojan, international sales manager, a very important guy to our product in our company is Mr. Karl Kallinger, former long-term CEO of Pelican. And he helped us to find customers in Europe. So currently we sell our products all over Europe, from Germany especially to whole Benelux, Austria, Czech Republic, Slovakia, Hungary, Macedonia, even Greece. There is lots of people from Greece, so you can find our products on your market. And that's it from us. If you have any questions, I'm here to answer.
Thank you, Dragan. Thank you for the presentation. It looks like your small team is on the right path. I would just like to put like a disclaimer of mentioning of some companies that we do not support as Zelena Akcija, such as McDonald's. So just a disclaimer. Yeah,
understand why.
And our project in general, but yeah, and also an observation is how in a volunteer community we can mainly see also what Eugen mentioned earlier, how women are, for example, lacking in electrical equipment, but on textile and other volunteer initiatives they are more present, even in electronic waste. But when it comes to entrepreneurship and so on, we could see that this, for example, this team is dominated by men. So just an observation to see how women are more keen on joining for volunteering, and that there is quite a lot of...
our CEO is a woman, so.
But yeah, thank you, Dragan. We will we will continue with the second part of the panel, which will focus on stories directly from communities. Some we visited as part of the project, some came to us. We had different types of exchanges. Some we haven't met, but we will meet them now online. We will, the panel, this part is Meet the People and Inspiring Examples of Reuse. And first speaker will actually be Snježana, who is just there, Snježana Horotić-Popović. She's a textile designer and the owner of Param Param business, small-scale business from Croatia. Yeah, you can join us here. And she is a very good example of how complementary reuse practices can be, because because Snježana not only is a professional textile designer, but she is also our volunteer, and important part, she was mentoring us in the process of learning textile repair skills here in Zelena Akcija, and is important part of our volunteer group. So welcome Snježana, and I would invite you to tell us more about your experience in working with the community and inside of the community, as for example, opposed to your own business. What is added value of working with people, and how are you related to reuse personally and professionally? Thank you.
Thank you, and very grateful to be invited. Can you put a timer for me, maybe? To be invited to this conference, Let's Reuse. Basically, reuse is something that I'm doing for the last, maybe half of my life. My name is Snježana. I'm from Zagreb. I'm 50 years old. And I've started my own business some 5 years ago, and it's basically something that's been a hobby through whole my life, and that is upcycling clothes or reusing clothes to make new items. So when I started doing this, basically I realized that I have to go out and engage community in this reuse and technique. So I've kind of started doing workshops for the community, for children, for homeless people, for basically everybody who showed some interest, and connected myself with sustainable organizations such as Zelena Akcija and others in Zagreb and in Croatia. So basically I also did bring some stuff here which I can just send around for you guys to actually see what I make. To kind of bring what I do closer to community, I've started like making bags for shopping from old umbrellas. So for example, today is a good day to exactly tell you what I do. Is you walk on the street and then the wind blows and your umbrella gets all broken, and then you're angry and you just kind of, just now I saw some umbrellas next to the rubbish bins, and you just kind of throw it away. But the textile from umbrella is basically great to reuse and to remake something new out of that. So that could be like a shopping bag. Now, I don't know, but I guess people online can maybe see it as well. So it's like a shopping bag, but also you can make other things from this material. This material is polyester, and it's really light. It's waterproof, so it's a great material to be used for the shopping bags. For example, when we buy vegetables and fruits in the market, on the market. So as I said, as a textile designer, I was basically witnessing what's happening in the textile industry and fashion industry for the last 25 years. And what's happening today is that fashion industry has really rocketed through the sky, and now it's like spilling over and is basically covering us with all this huge amounts of clothes that's been massively produced in the last 20-25 years. And basically, for example, just the latest statistic would say that worldwide, on a yearly basis, we throw away, it's thrown away 92 million tons of textiles. Now, I think any of us can't even imagine the huge amount of textile that's been wasted. So I thought, well, this is something that I do for years. Why don't I just represent it? And doing these workshops of upcycling. Also, textile is actually a great material to be reused again. We don't talk maybe much about textiles, but lately I think we all have to talk about textiles. For example, we all have full cupboard of clothes, and then we need something new, and what do? Well, we even go to the shopping center, or we actually open some new online applications, and we can buy like for 10 euros like so much clothes, and we're so happy. But in the long run, it actually doesn't work that way. So going back to skill sharing that I do, going back to creative thinking that I like to share, going back to like sewing with a thread and needle, it's something that we have to do. It's also something that has to be done and brought back to schools, to primary schools, to have like this subject, domestic science, that we had some 30 years ago, and basically to help young people and everybody to develop creative thinking and to develop some skills to share. So yes, also what I like to do is from neckties. As I said, I brought some stuff so I can share around for you guys to actually see this. But as Croatia is the country of neckties, basically I use neckties to reuse them, to redesign them, and to make them into some new products like necklaces, belts, hair things, wallets. So you can really just be so creative, and it can just develop really far away. I would just like to point out the difference between recycling and upcycling. So just like to get the terms going. So basically upcycling is it's a relatively new term, especially in production line. So if you use upcycling technique to produce something, you really are being very sustainable and very green, because you avoid buying things, you avoid throwing things, but you actually use them to create something new and to breathe a new life into the old textile garment. For example, upcycling is more green and radical version of recycling. It's better, definitely, because when you recycle, you have to like involve the industry, and there's a lot of energy taking there. But when you upcycle, all you have to do is like just involve your creativity and some skills that can be learned, I would say, quite easily. So basically, yes, I think my time is up, but as I said, I'm very grateful to be here. And I hope I managed to kind of pass on what I do in this time to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Snježana. for a nice presentation. We will continue with speakers from Croatia because they are here physically, and then we will later continue with the speakers from Zoom. So next speaker, I would invite Dragica Mateković-Rubić. She's coordinator of a Zero Waste program at Association for Independent Media Culture, or from Croatia, but also one of our very keen volunteers who was also not only supporting Zelena Akcija in organizing textile events, but also did projects herself, and she's doing a lot of reuse in other aspects. So let's hear more about that work and how do you relate to reuse, both personally and professionally, what motivates you, inspires you, and so on.
Yeah, thank you, Anna. Hello, everybody. As Anna said, my name is Dragica Mateković-Rubić, and I came in front of volunteering in Zelena Akcija, and also in front of managing Zero Waste program in Independent Media Culture, Association for Independent Media Culture. So, because we have like 5 minutes for people to talk about the stories, and the story for this project and swap parties and our project in Association for Independent Media Culture is a little bit wider, but okay, I'll manage, I hope. If you can maybe show pictures. So I kind of prepare. I have to start from the beginning, so don't mind me. The first 2 pictures are from the swap parties of Zelena Akcija. And this is Snježana also mentioned in the story before me, the satisfaction when you buy something new. The same satisfaction I have experienced in Zelena Akcija swap parties is the same satisfaction when you find something for you that is not new, but it's new for you. And also the satisfaction that you see when people are taking your clothes and have the joy that they find it. This is something that pulled me right over through the swap parties and try to maybe help to organize swap parties all around the city. So this is the beginning, and after that, after we get some knowledge, did some knowledge to us for swap parties organization, and also the girls from Volunteer Center of Vojvodina, the Francesca, she gave us a presentation of pros and cons of swap parties and organizing that kind of events. So she kind of do all the stuff, and we took that knowledge and took the experience that we had in Zelena Akcija, that I had with volunteering in organizing swap parties. And then we spread the swap parties all around the cities. First in eastern part of Zagreb, it's Dubrovak kind of deal, and the rest of the part of Zagreb also. Today, in a personal level, not a professional one, as a consumer for clothes and everything, I actually think that I'm helping to make the world a better place and a healthier place, because I'm not buying anything like 2 or 3 years from past, especially, I mean, I'm buying underwear, so you won't be confusing, but clothes, shoes and everything comes for the swap parties, and my clothes in my closet are constantly changing, and it's new. It's super cool feeling that you can open your clothes and have a new clothes, open your closet and have a new clothes in it, and you didn't buy like anything. It's new for you, but it's not new generally. So as you can hear, I was thrilled with these swap party ideas, and I kind of spread it all over the Zagreb. And I just wanted to hear more about the organization stuff and everything. So Anna invited me to be a participant in the project that you have with the Greece and Serbian crew. So I went to Novi Sad in this trip to Novi Sad. It was super cool. Maybe a second slide. It was, as you can see, it was fun. It was joyful, but it was educational also. We kind of helped them a little bit with the organization of their swap parties in the Novi Sad, but the stuff that I wanted to bring with you is the high school kids. Francesca from Vojvodina also mentioned this one. It's the soft awareness. They call it soft awareness. They have a YouTube channel for all the stuff that they are making. They make all those toys from clothes that they collect in the high school, in their high school, from their students' colleague. And you have a QR code, you have a story around that animals, and they're like super cool. They have their own sewing room, website, sales. You should try to follow them. The name is Soft Awareness on YouTube. After we've been to the Novi Sad, we kind of connect with the Volunteer Center of Vojvodina, and we were partners in one project that Association for Independent Media Culture did. This is a project where we educate the kids in a high school in Croatia with impacts of textile industry, but ecological and social impacts also. This is a game in the right corner. It's a card game where they can learn all about how is textile made, what kind of materials do we have, and what action can we do, because we are not kind of going, like we are not fashion bashing, we are not going guilty on fashion industry itself, but we are going against the fast fashion and that stuff. After that, because we wanted to circle more that project, after the educational part, we have sewing with needle and thread. Kids are sewing some kind of different stuffs, and they kind of need to organize a swap party in their school for they college students and the employees in schools. So Volunteer Center for Vojvodina also helped us with this presentation for swap parties and the rules of organization of swap parties, and we spread their knowledge to the high school kids in Zagreb. So, and we are kind of planning to spread it more, the game itself, the Textile Entangled is name. The designers of the game are a French association called Green Donut. We did the translation to Croatia, and we are spreading it in Croatia and in Serbia also. So this project did bring me like lots of new friends, cool friends. So I wanted to say hi to all the Greece and Novi Sad crew if they are online or here. And we hear each other, yeah. So follow us if you can.
Thank you, Dragica. I hope now you get to see like a bigger picture and the impact that we had. So it was not just traveling, it was traveling and disseminating and learning at the same time and networking as well, because some things are continuing. So that's, I think, a very precious part of this, this whole experience as part of the project. Next person I would like to invite is Zvonimir Lozic. He's again a volunteer of Let's Repair Together, or Popravimo zajedno, Learn to Repair events from Croatia. So yeah, I would like to welcome. He was mainly present on the activities that we organized. So I would ask Zvone to tell us something about the experience there, if you have some funny anecdote or motivation, and in general, yeah, what you want to share related to this experience.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. I'm a little bit embarrassed because I didn't get the assignment quite correctly. I'm not. I'm just a volunteer, a simple volunteer. So I'm not an initiator, or I'm not running anything. But I can share with you my experience as a long-time volunteer. Not only Let's Repair Together, but also bike repair, bike kitchen, let's say it, that started in 2010. Eugene is here in the audience. We started in 2010 by repairing bikes, as you know, like the most perfect machine to learn how to repair and show to people how to repair. And the entire period from 2010, there was always an idea to do some kind of a bike repair cafe, repair cafe, that we would repair not only bikes, but also all kind of different stuff. Could I get that on the screen, please? Okay, we have a couple of really nice photos. So this Let's Repair Together started finally, and it's a quite interesting experience. And we had some, no, it's okay, just keep it, please. We had some communications, between, there was like essay questions, why did you start volunteering and things like that. I don't know, there was no reason for me starting volunteering, repairing stuff and repairing bikes. It was like a natural thing to do. Let's learn how to repair and show how to repair stuff. It was just interesting, building community first and foremost. And everything after that came like it's an epiphenomenon. Like circular economy and things like that. But first and foremost, we wanted to build community, at least for me. So I like these pictures because I didn't know this would be like a show and tell. I would be more comfortable that we were in the workshop than here, but it's okay, I will survive. But let me try to show you how the Let's Repair Together workshop looks. So we have this brilliant guy. There is a problem with this kind of workshop, there is a problem with volunteers. And finally we have a brilliant guy. Ideal volunteer that everybody wants to have and wants to meet, so he can learn, so he can teach you how to repair stuff. We have Branko, which is like this, Branko, which is like an old, almost retired guy that knows everything. And not that he only knows everything, he's hyperactive and wants to volunteer. That's like an incredible thing to find in Zagreb. So we learn everything from him and from Tonfa, of course, our local guy. So the thing is, like, we get to these workshops, and for myself, I know only the basic stuff, like soldering, descaling coffee machines, and I'm always quite surprised how much people are extremely surprised when we like take care of something extremely simple. I'm really, so we're talking about, I was inspired by the presentations before me. You mentioned the joy of buying something new, but nothing can't be compared to teaching something to repair something, especially when we are talking about bicycles, because it's when you teach how to repair bicycle, then you can teach somebody else, and you can teach somebody else. But it's extremely. I'm not so old. I'm 42 years old. Yes, and I'm extremely surprised how like people are. They don't know how to repair like basic things, and I'm extremely always like satisfied when I see that somebody's like trying to solder for the first time. And although I like the older brilliant guys that want to volunteer and know everything, and I'm extremely happy when I see somebody younger, which is also becoming a rarity, that wants to like solder old headphones and things like that. That's like I extremely enjoy our workshops when I can attend them. I don't know. This was like sorry. Anything else? Any questions from the audience? Save them for later. Okay. I would like to have a really nice discussion after. Sorry.
Yeah, but I would use this opportunity to invite the audience from Zagreb, whether they're here or not, if they're following us on Zoom or they are here, to join us at 6 o'clock. We will have one workshop in the afternoon, so you can see how it looks like. We still have few places left, but yeah, let us know, and let us know what you will bring, and we wait for you. We have 5 more spots left. So yeah, at 6, and then also at 6 o'clock we will have parallelly showcasing the sewing workshop. So you are also invited to this. Unfortunately, it's either or, but there will be many other opportunities to join for the ones in Zagreb. And hopefully for the rest as well, once they use our toolkit and they establish their own reuse community practices. Yeah.
Question. I don't know, Eugene, is there a list of things that needed to be repaired today? Yeah, okay, but I want to illustrate to the people what do we repair usually. Is it something interesting today? Table lamp, of course. Table lamps are brilliant. I will solder it. I already see what's the problem. Okay, I can imagine there is going to probably to be like a old music equipment or something like that. Okay, we will see.
Thank you. Yeah, it's always a surprise. On this picture we can see like headphones as well. Sometimes they are but here it seems like they worked. So yeah, okay. Thank you, Zvone. Next, I would invite Matija Čukelj, almost a celebrity in Croatia, from Upcyklici initiative, who is doing valuable work on reuse, community donations, vulnerable groups, everything together and combined. Welcome, Matija. Sorry, and Matija will tell us what he does and how he does it.
Thank you, glad to be here. Oh, hi, my name is Matija. I'm one of the founders of Upcyklici. We're a small NGO here from Zagreb, and as the name would kind of suggest, upcycling is our thing. The thing we kind of do differently is that we focus mostly on the IT sector and try to work both with individuals as well as companies and establish opportunities for people to dispose of their waste electronics. Companies in particular, and in doing so we try to refurbish, repair, reuse of the given equipment and to circulate them back into the community. Apart from all of the technical aspects we do, the NGO also has a big social aspects to it. Basically all of the equipment that we are able to repair, we push forward to the community. We try to work with institutions, educational systems, as well as individuals, and all of the equipment we repair basically ends up in the hands of the community again. Apart from only the repairs, we also try to do as much workshops as we can, both upcycling workshops, repair workshops. We will probably be attempting something along the lines of a repair cafe regarding computers and informatics. We kind of try to stay away from mobile phones and smaller devices, but laptops and computers are basically our thing. One other thing we would like to do is also educate people through various both workshops and educational seminars, how easy and efficient it usually is to get some of the waste electronics working again. Most of the components or complete devices we actually receive are quite often fully functional and can be able to be used again quite quickly with just minor time and financial expenses. Oftentimes people do not realize how easy it is, and we'll be trying to show them as much as possible how to do so. The idea behind it actually predates Upcyklici for a year or so. I was doing something similar as a solo activist, and found out that there is actually quite an audience and a place to actually do something like this. And the community kind of accepted it, and through only a couple of PCs I actually built from some of my own supplies that I didn't need anymore, the community kind of noticed, and I've been hoarding electronics ever since, because people have been bringing all of their excess hardware to my door. And that's kind of how Upcyklici as an idea was born, trying to take it to the next level and actually go out and approach companies to be able to do the same on a much grander scale. That's more or less it. If there are any questions, we can mingle around later, so you can feel free to ask them, as well as check out our webpage and social media and drop us an email or contact us on social media if you have any questions. We're also really eager and willing to do collaborations and joint projects, so pop us an email and we'll figure it out from there.
Thank you, Matija. Now we from IT to library of tools. So for this part, we have guests here who came from Beli Manastir, Croatia. They opened the library of tools. I would say one of the first ones in Croatia, if I'm not wrong. And it's inspiring example of how even in like smaller town, Beli Manastir can also have some reuse practices. So I would like to welcome Duško, and you can also tell, you can tell us if you want to speak in Croatian. I can consecutively translate. Okay, so Duško will speak because we did not prepare for other type of translation. So Duško, you go ahead, and I will try to capture each and every sentence, not simultaneously. So I hope that's okay with translators who are online as well. Okay. Dakle, Duško, evo možeš nam ukratko se predstaviti i reći kako ste počeli, kakva je situacija, kako radite i što vas motivira. Da.
Evo, prvenstveno dobar dan svima i zahvaljujemo se organizatoru koji nas je pozvao. Malo me grlo boli, pa oprostite sad ako moram nekad i kašljucat, ali evo pokušat ću da budem što koncizniji i kraći. Mi smo krenuli kao udruga 2005. godine.
So they started in 2005.
I s ciljem znači da okupljamo socijalno ugroženu, udomljenu i romsku djecu.
Okay, with the goal to gather socially marginalized groups such as Roma children and others.
I naravno to nam je bio prioritet da se mlade djevojke ne udaju tako rano i naravno dečki da se ne žene sa 14-15, nego da prvenstveno završe srednju školu.
The priority was that young women do not go into marriage, but and boys that do not quit school, but to engage in something for the community.
I u tome smo uspjeli, znači od 2005. kada je krenula dekada Roma, mi smo im pomagali oko upisa u srednje škole, naravno i oko stipendiranja i da završe. U prosjeku od 2005.
Okay, so they were helping young Roma to be able to go into high schools and to enroll for education, right? Yeah.
I znači otprilike je prošlo nekih 400 djece iz Baranje, što je za nas veoma velika i značajna brojka.
400 children from Baranja went through this program, which is a very significant number.
Jer Baranja u prosjeku ima oko 40.000 stanovnika, znači to je istočni dio Hrvatske, tko ne zna, blizu Osijeka.
So it is from eastern part of Croatia, close to Osijek, which is mainly an area inhabited by 40,000 people. Yeah.
Da. I ja sam vidio ovakvu sličnu knjižnicu alata na YouTube-u, znači u Americi.
So he saw a similar library of tool on YouTube channel from US.
I sa mojim prijateljima i kolegama iz Centra za mir Osijek, gdje sam dugogodišnji, znači više od 25 godina volonter, došli na ideju da tako šta napravimo i kod nas u Belom Manastiru.
Okay, so together with friends and colleagues and the Center for Peace from Osijek, they kind of got together and then they said they want to do this idea themselves there.
I naravno uz pomoć i podršku gradske uprave Belog Manastira smo napravili projekt jer zbog tadašnje financijske konstrukcije Centar za mir je bio nositelj projekta.
So with the support of municipality of Beli Manastir, they started the project.
I pošto je bio ovaj prazan prostor koji je sad renoviran, mi smo došli na ideju da ta knjižnica alata bude u centru grada, otvoren za sve. Znači i za Rome i za nerome, naravno za sve ljude dobre volje kojima treba neki od alata.
So they found an empty space that was recently renewed and in the center of the city, and they wanted to open the library of tools that would be accessible for everyone, marginalized, non-marginalized groups, so everyone can go
Znači,
there.
prvenstveno nam je bila ideja da bude u centru grada, ne u romskom naselju, jer imamo 2 romska naselja u Belom Manastiru.
So the intention was to put it in the city center, not in a Roma community, so it's more also accessible.
I tako smo počeli uz projekt, znači, koji nam je bio odobren, prvo renovirati ovu zgradicu koja nam je od velikog značaja.
So they started with renewing this building that you can see on the picture, maybe, if that was the first thing that they did.
I počeli smo, znači, sa nabavkom sitnog alata koji je potreban u svakidašnjoj uporabi oko popravaka kuća, vrta ili bilo čega što je vezano za jednu obitelj.
They started with obtaining the small tools that are necessary for household maintenance.
Da, ovdje lijevo vidite sliku kako je izgledao taj prostor. Znači, to je bilo dosta ruševno. I onda smo ga ovdje renovirali i krenuli sa policama gdje smo pripremali sami. Znači, nismo kupovali, nego smo nabavljali materijal kako i na koji način bi sebi prilagodili police za alata.
So you can see a before and after picture. On the left is before and then there is after. They did the whole thing themselves based on their needs. And you can see similar style of shelves in our spaces as well for those who stay in Zagreb. So yeah. Okay.
I sa nabavkom materijala smo, znači, počeli pozivati sve građane, naravno prvenstveno Rome, jer je to za Rome besplatna članarina za korištenje alata i za umirovljenike, bez obzira na nacionalnu pripadnost, a za zaposlene je godišnja članarina, znači 10 eura. Toliko simbolično je to da nije besplatno.
Symbolic price of becoming a user of Library of Tools is 10 euros for employed people. For everyone, it's a yearly membership fee, but Roma and retired people have it for free.
I evo, ja ću malo brzati. Znači, kad bi neko došao da iznajmi neki alat, bez obzira na vrijednost, mora potpisati ugovor sa udrugom gdje oni potpisuju, znači, da će u dobrom, to jest stanju kako on je dobio, vratiti u slučaju nekog kvara mehaničkog ili nešto, da ne diraju, nego da ga vrate i da zajedno popravljamo.
The rule is that no matter worth of the tool, the users have to sign the contract with the association, and so they have to return it in good condition, or if something is broken, that they do not try themselves, but they return it right. Yeah.
I znači, imali smo tim koji bi pomagao, znači, starijim i nemoćnim osobama na području Baranje od, znači, popravka krova, ugradnje vrata, prozora, štihanje bašta i tako. Znači, u sav taj alat koji smo imali smo ekipu koja je bila spremna pomoći.
So they also were helping out for the elderly people and the ones and disabled people in around the garden or fixing their windows and stuff like that.
Smatramo da je to jedan veliki, da ne kažem, i izazov, naravno i velika pomoć našoj zajednici, prvenstveno starim Romima koji sami žive, a samim tim i na neki način, da ne kažem, i prepoznatljivost grada, jer to je prva knjižnica alata u Europi i naravno da smo mi ponosni, evo samo da kažem da su nas obišle sve televizije iz regiona i čak su i Deutsche Welle pisale o knjižnici alata.
Okay, as we could see, this provides a significant help for the community, in particular for Roma community and elderly Roma that live by themselves. And this is a finest example. So this is the first, actually, I thought first in Croatia, but not only in Croatia, but the whole Europe. And they were very popular. The media showed interest, and they were on many like television stations and as well Deutsche Welle articles. Yeah, they are also following.
I samo jedna napomena da imamo uz knjižnicu alata još plastenike, otprilike 150 kvadrata, gdje sadimo povrće i dijelimo prvenstveno našim članovima, a onda kad ostane dijelimo i drugima.
Oh, and apart from that, they also have a 150 square meter greenhouse where they produce vegetables that is then given back to the community.
Evo, hvala još jednom.
Oh, thank you. That's very impressive. One round of applause. Thank you. And for traveling, I think it was worth to see such an inspiring example. And what YouTube can do. So I'm all like, if you're out of ideas, just search on YouTube. We will for sure find upcycling ideas for everything. So thank you. This was the last physically present person to present. Now I would invite, oh sorry, we had more pictures that we did not show from Beli Manastir. Now you can see a bit before we, yeah, before we go to Maja Kutlača from Ecological Association Krka Knin from Croatia. They also have a part. Maja is here? No? Okay. Maja, Krka Knin, or anyone? Maybe I mistaken the name. Or, okay, maybe something happened, but anyway, we'll then go to the next, but I will just shortly say that they offer library of things, so they are not reduced to tools. They are also, you can borrow anything you need there. But unfortunately now Maja is not here, so from Knin we go down south to Split, and Martina Tajlić from Sunce will present the project Šizika, and it's a project of also community repair. We will hear more about it, and also again how did this start, what was the inspiration, what is the community response, and so on. So Martina, the floor is yours.
Okay, hello everyone, hope you can hear me clearly. I'm going to tell you something about the Šizika activity that Sunce is conducting. So how did we get to this idea? We get it to it when Zelena Akcija sent us invitation for Sustainable Fashion Day of 2023 to show some of the events that we will have it. We have a SWEP fair that we organize for now some more of 3 years, and we thought maybe we can find some new activities for our association members, and we get to idea of Šizika, which is a workshop for sewing and repairing clothes. So for the first workshop we had a lot of people that came that we didn't expect it, and it was the idea that the people bring their own clothes and maybe to repair some of it, and all in the spirit of actually repairing and reusing fabrics and clothes. So we thought that we should continue with this workshop, and in the spring of last year, we applied for the project of city of Split, just to get some foundations so we can get the material that we needed. So we get like something like scissors and I don't know, needles, threads, and the most important thing, the sewing machine. But it's important to say that we didn't buy fabrics, then rather we use it from the swap fair that people bring and other don't collect. So in this way, we also can reuse these clothes. Our main volunteer is conducting this and leading these workshops. So we have two groups. The first one is the beginner ones, and the participants here are learning how to sew by hand and some of the basics of sewing. And for the second advanced group, participants are sewing on the sewing machine. And our volunteer is also a professional sewer, and she is a long-term member of our association. So for this year, we applied her for the award of Regional Volunteering Center Split. Also, besides that, we also have other volunteers that are involved in this project. Some of them are writing articles on the topics of fast fashion and greenwashing, which we also had lectures and discussion during workshops. Some of the volunteers are working on creating reels for the social media, and one volunteer will create in the future period brochure on the sewing basics. Based on the evaluation that we get from our participants, they believe that this is like really important topic and that is necessary in our community. So we will continue with the implementation even after when the project is finished. More of this activity you can find on our website, and feel free to contact us for the more information. Thank you.
Thank you, Martina. It's very nice to see how this reuse fever is spreading, and it's a good virus to spread, unlike others. So this was the final story from Croatia, and now we will go to Greece. And first speaker from Greece will be Chrysula Kotonia from Civitanideos Public School of Arts and Professions from Greece. So Chrysula, if you are here, you can join us, yeah, and tell us about reuse in your community. If you can, okay. Yeah, I see that maybe we cannot hear. That's the, yeah, because we cannot hear, so maybe there's a problem. And are they unmuted, no?
Yeah, they're not.
Okay, so let's try with the with the next one, and we will come back. So the next one is Georgos Makridis from Epanakinis, social reuse of electronic computers and laptops from Greece.
Hello.
So Georgos, yeah. Welcome, Georgos. We also met as part of our visit, so it's nice to see you online now. And yeah, Georgos, we remember you for your energy, and I hope that that it will be translatable to the context of this of the conference. So go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. Hello, everybody. My name is George Makridis. I represent a social enterprise here in Athens called Epanikinesis, which in Greek means reboot or restart. Basically, I'm overshadowed here because as I've been following the event, somebody about 20 minutes ago, half an hour ago, I forgot the name, he was there in the room with you. they're doing exactly the same thing that we are doing. They're using and refurbishing computers, and they're gathering equipment, and they're gathering donation, and they're training people to fix it, and they're fixing them and donating them. And I'm very glad that there was somebody there that actually does what we do. Because what we do has a very, very good impact in terms of environmental and social and ecological and reducing unemployment and all these things. And it's great. And I love it when I meet like-minded people who like to do that. So basically, his presentation is overshadowing mine because he explained everything. And he said what I was doing. I forget the name. I think it was Maja. I'm not good with the Serbian names. He's there with you at the moment. I hope he's want to say hello. Yeah,
but,
can you hear me?
But yeah, you can then tell us if you don't have anything like.
Sure, no.
But you can tell us of an anecdote,
so
for example.
That I meet somebody who's doing the same thing we are doing. It's rare. It doesn't happen very often, and there is a reason why it doesn't happen. It takes. You need to have knowledge in order how to do the repairs, what is useful, what is not useful. You need to have a place where you're going to gather all the old equipment people give you. You can keep some of the parts in order to do the repairs and refurbish and everything. And you need to have passion, you need to have time, you need to have knowledge. It's a combination of things you need to have. While, doing other stuff, and I was listening before to the other people doing the presentations, bicycles, which is one of my favorite things also to repair and upcycle and reuse, they're a little bit easier to get people motivated, to get people to repair them. In order to do repairs for computers and stuff like that, you need to have people who have much more the bug of like to do repair for parts and computers and stuff like that. So we've been doing that, I hope quite successful for the last, since 2018. So it's the last now 6-7 years. We love it when people do donations. We love the idea of repair cafes. We are now organizing a repair cafe that's going to take place in Athens on the 10th of January in the central area of Athens in Kypseli. And we would love people who either from Serbia or from Greece want to come and join, have a good time. We're going to have coffees for everybody who comes, and we're going to try to see if we can repair and what we can repair from whatever people give us. Unfortunately, in the repair cafes, most of the things that get brought to us and get donated are not things that they can really be repaired. As the previous friend from Serbia said, little devices like tablets and mobile phones, which are very popular these days with especially the younger generation, are not really fixable, are not really upgradable. But laptops and computers, who are also devices that use lots of resources, they emit lots of CO2 in order for them to be manufactured. I mean, these, in the vast majority of these, we can rescue them and we can salvage them. And even if not the device itself cannot be repaired or refurbished, we can keep the parts and save other devices. So yeah, really, that's in a nutshell what we do. I don't know now if somebody wants to ask some questions on how we're doing it, or how you want us to proceed.
Thank you, Yorgos. And if I remember, so everything is worth fixing except for the printers. So I just had to.
Printers, yes, printers. They're a scam. Printers.
Yeah, I remember the rage around printers, and I think that everyone who is in the repair sector can kind of relate to that. So yeah.
Yes, I mean, printers to us is a bit of a scam, because companies only manufacture printers with the sole purpose of selling the ink. With the ink is very overpriced. Mm-hmm. So the idea is that buy a ink from us. We don't care about the printer. We don't care if it's repairable. We don't care if it's good or bad or whatever. Just buy the ink. I believe that with this model they are following, there is going to be a stage in the future where it's going to give you the printer for free, but you won't be able to use any other ink but theirs. So yeah, I think this is going to be the future of printer. And to be honest, I believe the idea that having a communal printer, you know, that there is some shop close by that you can go and pay 5p or 10p or whatever and have your pages printed. I think that's the way to move forward when it comes to printers. But that's another story.
Yes, but thank you. It's good to hear as many examples as especially stories that are circling around communities. So do we now we can check and see in the meantime if the problems were solved with Chrysula, and if they can join
and
us.
Also, if anybody has any questions, they want to ask something.
Yeah, stay with us, and we will have some time at the end. And thank you. So Chrysula is maybe just try to unmute and speak. And if okay, then we not to waste.
Elena will speak for me.
Okay, Elena. Sorry. Okay, so Elena will introduce Chrysula. So Elena, go ahead.
Wait. Just a second. To remove her as an interpreter. Okay, now it is.
Now you can go, Elena.
Yes, now you hear me?
Yes.
Hello. Unfortunately, Chrysula has audio issues. She's at her school, and we have some technical limitations, which also shows why schools need to be supported, especially when they do so many amazing things like what they are doing in Civitanilios in the Agriculture and Food Department. Now you can see me as well, I hope. So I'll give you a few words on their initiative and their actions, and I'll share a short video sent to us by Mrs. Cotonia. So the school is one of the schools that are most active in environmental actions, and through the personal work of Mrs. Cotonia and Mrs. Karatsia, they have created an upcycling initiative that covers materials such as plastic bottles and containers, aluminum tin cans, and paper packaging to create upcycled objects such as jewelry and even old furniture or old curtains of the school that they would go into some storage and never be used again. So they created this project in the school, engaging the students in creative reuse to teach them the importance of upcycling, of waste prevention, and with a focus of limiting the carbon footprint and promoting sustainable thinking. They applied for a project with WWF, where they even bought some QR codes and a QR code scanner, and created PDFs that the students created related to the environmental issues, using materials, using natural resources, and why they need to be saved. And this project actually won the WWF award last year. So I will now show you the video of the initiative. One moment.
Είμαστε ομάδα μαθητών του Principal Civitaniliou. Και στα πλαίσια της δράσης της WWF, μαθητές σε δράση για το κλίμα και μία στον τραγικό αποτυπώματος, ασχοληθήκαμε με το upcycling, τη δημιουργική επαναχρησιμοποίηση.
So the students of the school entered this project for WWF Actions for Climate and did the upcycling.
Τα πάντα ρί. Ως πρώτο μέρος της δράσης μας, αποφασίσαμε να συμπεριλάβουμε την τεχνολογία μέσα, εφόσον αναφέρεται σε μια μικρότερη σημεία, και να δημιουργήσουμε QR codes που εξηγούν ξεχωριστά γιατί είναι καλό να ανακυκλώνουμε το κάθε υλικό και τι συνέπειες μπορεί να έχει στο περιβάλλον αν δεν το κάνουμε. Γι' αυτό δημιουργήσαμε γωνίες με κάδους που έχουν από πάνω το QR code στο σχολείο, ώστε να μπορούμε να δουν τα παιδιά τι κάνουμε στη δράση.
So the project is called Everything Flows. It's a play on a well-known philosopher, ancient Greek. QR codes and created recycling codes. So this way all students could learn how to recycle within their school.
Τους μεγαλύτερους παράγοντες μόλυνσης πλέον είναι η φαντουργία, οπότε αποφασίσαμε ως σχολείο να συλλέξουμε τις παλιές κουρτίνες των κτηρίων μας που δεν είχαν κάποια χρήση πλέον, διότι είχαν υποστεί ζημιά, και να τις κάνουμε τσάντες για να παρατείνουμε έτσι τη διάρκεια ζωής τους.
Considering the big impact of textile waste, they collected all the old curtains in the school that needed to be replaced, creating totes and giving them a second life and prolonging their life cycle.
Παλιές εργασίες και χαρτιά τα οποία δεν είχαν κάποια χρήση πλέον στο σχολείο μας, δημιουργήσαμε χαρτοπολιτό και φτιάξαμε νέα χαρτιά και διακοσμητικά, όπως και ένα ρολόι από τον χαρτοπολιτό, ώστε να τους δώσουμε μεγαλύτερη ποιότητα ζωής. Πήραμε κομμάτια από παλιά θρανία τα οποία είχαν υποστεί ζημιά και τα κάναμε ρολόγια. Επίσης,
using old papers from the school that was only good for recycling, they created paper pulp and created many new products, and including clocks. And for the clocks, they also used pieces of the actual desks that were broken, so they saved even more materials.
Από υλικά που χρησιμοποιήσαμε στο εργαστήριό μας και δεν είχαν κάποια χρήση πλέον, πήραμε αυτά που δεν ανακυκλώνονται κυρίως, όπως είναι το πλαστικό, και δημιουργήσαμε πράγματα με πολύ μεγαλύτερη αντικειμενική αξία και πολύ καλύτερη εξωτερική εμφάνιση.
From plastic waste materials used in the lab, in their lab, especially those that are not recycled or not easily recyclable, such as plastic, they created new things, upcycled them into jewelry, and things that were beautiful.
Και πήραμε τα νεκεδάκια από λευκοσίδηρο και δημιουργήσαμε γλαστράκια και διακοσμητικά, όπως επίσης και αλουμίνιο από τα νεκεδάκια. Ένα ακόμη υλικό που βρίσκουμε πάρα πολύ συχνά στα εργαστήριά μας είναι οι ευρωθήκες. Οπότε τις πήραμε, τις κόψαμε και φτιάξαμε πολλά διακοσμητικά, ώστε να στολίσουμε το χώρο μας και να τους δώσουμε κάποια νέα μορφή ζωής.
They reused their tins and the egg cartons to create new things. We saw the string lights. I thought that was brilliant to limit the waste of their own lab.
And χρησιμοποιήσουμε ώστε να δημιουργήσουμε το δικό μας εργαστήριο στο σχολείο, που θα μπορεί να συνεχιστεί και τα επόμενα χρόνια αυτό και τα παιδιά να μάθουν τι είναι το upcycling και να είναι γενικά ένα εργαστήριο δεξιοτήτων όπου τα παιδιά θα μπορούν να εκφράσουν τη δημιουργικότητά τους ταυτόχρονα βοηθώντας την περιβάλλον.
And so they will, the video was saying that if they won the award, which they did win the award, and the monetary prize, they would use that to make the lab, the upcycling lab, sustainable for the following years, to create more opportunities for students to develop skills in reuse. I think it's a very brilliant initiative, and since we visited the school and met the teachers, they were wonderful, very, very creative and inspiring individuals, and I'm very sad you can't hear from them themselves. So that's all for me.
Yeah, thank you, Elena, and thank you, Crisula. I hope that at least you can hear us if we cannot hear you. And thank you for preparing this for our conference. I think this also offers a good example how reuse and upcycling initiatives can be also done in part of formal educational systems. Like this is an example of high school, so that's why we aimed, and I hope that some of the people on Zoom maybe who are listening to us are also, I know that we have audience from schools and educational institutions, so I hope that it's also serves as inspiration for them. Okay, we will now continue, still being in Greece with Katrin Krečmer. We saw we had technical difficulties here in Zelena Akcija, but I hope that Zoom audience saw the presentation where Shadia street paper was mentioned. So they are not only upcycling, but also working with the homeless people. So I would give the word now to Katrin to tell us more yeah, about the initiative and the experience, and maybe some nice example of how it works. So Katrin, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. It was so very interesting to see, and even the two presentations from Greece that I just listened to, I thought it's so nice that we could easily collaborate. For example, the George Magridis, he could do his, if he likes, of course, his repair workshops in our cafe, and the school we just, of course, they already do a lot of beautiful things upcycling, but we also give workshops in schools, so we can easily collaborate, and we haven't done it yet, but a new step I will try to initiate. Okay, the first thing is I wish it's a street paper, what we have, and I guess in Serbia and in Croatia you have beautiful street papers. I can show you, this is the one we have. And if you allow me to share my screen, I can even show some pictures, so maybe it's easier to follow what we do.
You can share your screen. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can share your screen.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you are a co-host, so you should be able to.
It says I only can. Yes, now I can share.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay, Katrin, you need to be unmuted. Or you can ask to unmute. Okay, Katrin, we cannot hear you. You are muted still. We can just see pictures, so sorry. But she was... Stay muted, but Katrin, do not stay muted. Don't unmute.
Unmute.
Okay, great.
Now you can hear me, sorry.
Yes.
Now you can hear.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, sorry. Okay, you can see the presentation and hear me now?
Yes, you can maybe, yeah, perfect.
Yes?
Perfect, yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. So this is a vendor of street paper, and the street paper is working like all the street papers worldwide. The vendors get more or less half of the price. They keep half of the price when they sell it. But here in Greece, it's additionally that they have health insurance, and we pay into the retirement fund. So this is a very major difference, and something that we really, really appreciate. I will not tell you too much about the street papers because of the time, but I will tell you about the upcycling project that we have. So the old street papers, they are not we don't give them into recycling, we keep them and we upcycle them into new objects. And all the thing we do is a social, environmental and educational program, and I will tell you why. This is the first street paper that we sold, and it's now 12 years ago. In February, we will have the 12th anniversary. And on the right side, you see a few products like lampshades and also jewelry that we produce. But the main thing is the old street papers, you see they are made into new objects here. And the people who make it is for more vendors. So we asked our vendors, the vendors of the street paper, if they are interested in having workshops and if they are interested to learn how to upcycle things. So this is how we created a team and we produce all these items. But the main or the most important thing for us now, I won't show you the video because it's, I don't want to show you the video because it's too long. The most important thing for us is that we also go to schools, we go to companies and we give upcycling workshops so people can learn how to make pins, or like Elena told before in the beginning in workshops, how to make pins, how to make necklaces, how to learn simple techniques. So from paper, from trash to treasure, you can make really beautiful things, and also pens or pencils like you can see here, for example. And how we worked during the last years is that we also work with companies, not giving work, but companies come to us and give us their old paper, their old flyer folder. From their paper, we make custom-made products either for their employees or for their customers. So there we also have bulk orders, and this is how we can get income and pay our employees who work in the workshop and have been vendors formerly. So this picture you see is our cafe, and it's a bit like a hub. You know, you can come, we have exhibitions, we have workshops, we have discussions, and inside we also explain whoever's interested about all our work, and we hang 58 and now it will be 62 houses for all people who are related to our project who found a house. And outside you see it a bit, there are boats hanging, paper boats again, and it's about 164 paper boats for all people who left our selling the street paper and have found a job. So this is very short what we do in Athens.
Thank you, Katrin, and thank you for being short and concise because we are close to the end, but still with much attention and patience for our next guests, who is Evgenia Karapatsiou from Waste Management of Western Macedonia from Greece. So, Evgenia, can you join us?
Yes. Hello, yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, hello, go ahead, the floor is yours.
I have a PowerPoint to share, so if I can.
Yeah, you can.
You can. You should be able to.
Okay, let me do the presentation also. I'm not sure if you can see the presentation or the PowerPoint.
Yes, we can see. You can go to, how do you say, slideshow, if you, so we see the full screen.
Yes, exactly. I'm trying to find the slideshow. Okay, do you see the slideshow now?
No.
No.
Maybe it takes time, but you can continue. You can just go ahead, yeah. And then
okay. Anyway, yes, of course, because we are late on time too. So thank you for your invitation. I'm glad to participate in this talk, and I'm about to present you the ADIMA, the Waste Management of Western Macedonia, that was founded in 1998. You can see the red map, the red area on the map of Greece. Are you with me in my second slide?
Sorry about technical issues because we cannot see you moving slides. So maybe go
out
and
like
enter
this.
again.
Yes,
okay, great. Okay.
Okay. So now you can see the map of Greece, or not?
Yes. Now we can see the map.
Okay, perfect. So Western Macedonia is the red area. It's the only area, the only region in Greece that has no sea. So we are not a touristic area. Maybe you don't know us. And maybe this is the reason why we're doing so good job with waste. We have a lot of space. We don't have tourism, so we have a lot of space to do a lot of good things about waste management. We do recycle items in 6 or 7 now different bins for paper, glass, plastic, aluminum, bio-waste, cooking oils, and hazard waste, the last one. And from 2020, we also organize and operating 6 reuse centers in the whole area. So we have 13 municipalities in this area, And more or less, each municipality has its own reuse center. And every citizen can donate or receive materials completely free of charge. We are open every day from 8 to 3 and Saturdays from 9 to 1. And you can come to our reuse center, you can give what you don't need, and you can have whatever you like for free. The only thing is when you take a thing, okay, this is not for me, something happens, okay. So when you have an item from our reuse centers, you just have to sign a material receipt form for safety reasons. In our reuse system, we have a reward for someone that donate or receive materials. So someone can receive points in his or her account in Diademas Digital Services, and then the reward points can be redeemed for unique privileges and gifts in Western Macedonia region. Are you still with me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm hearing a lot of clicking. That's why I'm asking. Okay, so now I can show you pictures of our reuse centers. So these are the big reuse centers for Kastoria City, Florina City, and Grevena City. Kastoria and Grevena is a new build from Interreg program, from European Interreg program Waste to React. And in Florina's case, it's a build that we had already. It was a storage building that we also reused this building to make it a reuse center. Also, for municipalities below 20,000 citizens, we have smaller buildings, around 70 square meters, for Aminto cities, Hyatska city, and Serbia and Velvedos cities. So the acceptable materials inside our buildings are books, clothes, shoes, toys, children items, linen, household items, decorative supplies, furniture, carpets, electrical and electronic devices, hobby supplies, seasonal items, CD, DVDs, movies. You can see that everything it's in our house, it's acceptable. Only cars we don't accept. Okay, cars it's not possible. And with this purpose, we achieved so far the 60% of the items are already reused in salmon. So we received over 150,000 materials, and we give them back to another place, to another home. Almost 90,000% of materials are already reused. And this is a very important number. The 37 tons that is reused is not going to landfill, because most of the items that we have inside the reuse center, it's not recyclable most of the times. So it's a very good thing, and it's also becoming more and more important as the years go by. And these are more or less the items that we have reused. And the most popular category, of course, it's clothes and shoes. It's about 40% of the things that we have inside. Also children's items like clothes and, when you have a baby, you change so many things. So there are a lot of things like that. Also books are very popular, and toys. The reuse centers, it's not only for changing things. We use them also as the environmental education space, so schools can visit us and other units can visit us. We do a lot of speech inside it, and it's so good for people to see what we do inside these reuse centers, because then they will trust us. When you say to someone, this is second-hand, it's free of charge, maybe some people are not so familiar with this idea. Maybe they judge you. And then when they see how clean the things are and how beautiful is the place, it's like a second-hand shop, but it's free of charge. So in the beginning, we start receiving things, but after a year, almost for every reuse center, after a year, we start also to give things back to people. And this is very important for us, that people trust us for years now. And of course, we are in social media, because nothing happens without social media. And we have also a website, reuse.odaberimo.gr, and people can visit this. It's only in Greek, sorry for that. And people can visit this website to see what they can bring and what they can take. And this was for me. If you have some questions, I will be here.
Okay. Thank you, Evgenia. It's also very nice to see these reuse centers, especially seeing how you now have, like, since 2020, as I could see, until 2024, many of them were built. Unfortunately, in Croatian legislation, they disappeared from our national plan, even though they were before. Now we don't have them, so we only have the one that we already showed earlier. So yeah, that's a good example how legislation on national level can water down the ambition that communities and people might have. So now we finished with the guests from Greece. Thank you, everyone. And now I would invite Katarina Kostic to join us. Katarina from Serbia, who is, as you can see, I can read while you come, so I can introduce you, the passionate advocate for queer literature and the driving force behind sustainable cultural initiatives. As a dedicated lecturer, editor, and activist, Katarina made significant contributions to the literary scene in the Balkan region. Her innovative project, the Novi Sad Book Swap, has not only fostered a love of reading, but also promoted environmental consciousness and community engagement. So this is shortly, so now you can tell what is not here, and welcome, and thank you. Katarina.
Thank you so much for inviting me and for having me as a part of this conference. As you could see in those two pictures, I am the happiest surrounded by books. However, there's not always enough space for all the books that come into my life as a literary editor. Not only before they go into print, but even more after, as I used to work as a literary critic some years ago. So in 2017, I had too many books for my small apartment, and I wanted to give them away in a way that would be fun and help me meet some new people. I was new in Novi Sad at that time. So I made an open call on Facebook. As we know, social media is much more helpful than we imagined. So I made that open call. I expected only a few people to show up so I could give my books away and take some new books for myself. However, more than a few hundred people showed up to the first event, and I was left with more books than I could carry home. So I needed to find a quick solution, and that was to make another open call for volunteers. That's where VCV comes in, and where independent volunteers all over Novi Sad and Vojvodina come in. So Novi Sad Book Swap began as a small-scale event. There were a couple hundred of us of participants every year, but now it exists as a community-based festival with over 2,000 participants a year and more than 100 active volunteers over several initiatives that sprung from it. Basically, we bring out all the books that we hold in our storage facility to a designated event space in the city or in the area. People come in, they bring their own books, they exchange it with our base on a points-based system, so it doesn't go book for book, but you give books to our volunteers. They decide how much they are worth in points, not money, based on their condition, their popularity, and all that. And then though you can spend those points on other new books that you find in the event space at that time. If you don't find anything for yourself, You keep your points, we keep them logged, and you can visit any other event which belongs to our book swap network, which now exists. And then you can find some other books there. There are book swaps dedicated to specific topics or age range. So we have now collaborated with one of Serbia's leading queer centers for helping the queer community and queer youth in Novi Sad. We've collaborated with several primary schools to renew their libraries, because they do have a lot of old books that are not used anymore for teaching or that children are not interested in. So they bring out those books and they get actual books that they are interested in. So I will be wrapping up shortly. One very important question that we are left with after every event is, where do the most damaged books go afterwards? Because we want to focus on sustainability, but also some books really need to go into recycling. So we recycle books with paper services and donate that money to different nonprofits that are helping children in need. And we also donate them to several upcycling initiatives where they make ornaments or journals or different objects that are paper-based. So this is short about our initiative. You can follow us on social media. I think Francesca will send the link with the follow-up. And I hope that we can make this into a regional project.
Thank you, Katarina. We can continue with Milica. So Milica has a video. No, sorry, I'm so sorry. Before, wait, why is it here? So we will keep the video for last part. And now I would, because Milica sent us video, she could not be present now. So Ivana Morarević, who also came, this is a picture actually I can say from Zagreb. So she is also part of towards communities of reuse project. And yeah, Ivana, go ahead. You can tell us your experience with reuse, what you do, how you do it, and why. Ivana.
Thank you, Anna. Does everyone hear me? I hope everyone can hear me properly. I don't have any presentation for today or anything. I'm sort of in between some stuff, so I couldn't join on my laptop. But regarding the bicycle shop, the picture is excellent, and I have really the fondest memories from it. And I would really like to thank everyone who works in that project specifically, because you guys helped me just overcome, I don't know, maybe just open up the possibilities to me. I've since started repairing my own bicycle and have started helping everyone in my community repair their own bicycles, and it's a really great thing to do. And you have like it's I don't know, it's a wholesome somewhat, and it gives me great joy. But other than that, I am a weaver, a textile artist, but weaver mainly. I do woven belts. I make them and sell them. And I also do workshops for kids and adults, all the same. And as to reuse and recycle, the best practice, the best thing that I reuse my scraps from weaving for are actually workshops for kids, where they get short colorful strands, which they can incorporate into their own projects. And because of it's not long strands, they don't really need to use scissors, so I can work with smaller children, ages 4 or 5, with no problems. So that's a really good thing I incorporated. And I've started doing that actually after we had the visit to Zagreb, because I was really inspired by Humana Nova in particular. Before that, I would use my scraps, I would incorporate them in the projects, but I couldn't do that with most of them. So now I have a way of reducing my waste even more. That's mostly from my work professional standpoint, but the reusing and recycling is something that I like, and I try to incorporate more and more in my day-to-day life. So restricting the plastic waste that we make, so not buying plastic whenever I can, and composting all the food scraps is something that's really working for me for a couple of years now. And I'm really sorry if I'm jumping from place to place. I'm not really good at this sort of thing. So
Ivana, thank you. I think it was nice to hear also more personal stories on reuse, and how maybe some of the things that we done together as part of the project contributed to the motivation and for the future community work. But now we need to, because of the time, and I'm sorry for interrupting, we are already out of time, so just, bear with me. We have one more speaker, and then we still have some time for questions. The video is 10 minutes long, but I don't know what to do with time, so we will just watch the full 10 minutes, and then people from here, we go to lunch, and I hope that people are patient enough on Zoom, and then they will have their own lunch at 2. So sorry for the delay. So here is the video of Milica. And
hi, my name is Milica Dukic, and I'm a visual artist from Serbia. And somehow since high school, I was always an active member of many different NGOs and doing short-term volunteering projects. And this way I managed to create a great habit. So while continuing my education at the Academy of Fine Arts in Novi Sad, I stayed always somehow an active member of the community while joining different kinds of communities in Novi Sad. And maybe the most important for me to mention is becoming a member of Šok Zadruga Gallery, where together with the other colleagues we managed to create and run the space. So we, besides promotion of contemporary art scene, we also managed to sell artworks, and this way directly we supported artists and with other parts to really run the space. And that's how we did for some years. With completing my studies, I decided to do a long-term volunteering service abroad, and thanks to the Volunteering Center of Vojvodina, they linked me to the school École d'Humanité. It's a great and free kind of education, a school in Swiss Alps, where my task as a volunteer was also to do art and teach several art courses. And for me it was a big experience. By the end of my stay, I wanted to do a presentation and exhibition of the works I created during that time there. And something interesting happened. Students approached me with an idea to do, beside exhibition, something like fundraising event, because they noticed on my works I presented portraits of the people that are living in poverty from Serbia, like people from margins or Roma population people. And they told me, Milica, let's try this way to, while selling artworks, and also we can also make some cookies, we can really try to create a fund that you can bring back to Serbia. And it really happened. We raised €1,000. And with my coming back, I decided to divide this amount on 5 equally pieces. So that I forward to the 5 organizations I knew that are dealing with this topic, helping the people in poverty or specifically Roma population. And I felt so much empowered because I noticed that art can be a great tool to help the ones in need. And after some years, I came up to on working on an inclusive and collaborative art project, because I was a volunteer in the school Milan Petrović in Novi Sad, that is School for Special Education. And I knew that they have great capabilities to do manual works in embroidery and textile art. So I invited them to collaborate together with me to create an art piece that will belong to the series of works called Textile Newspapers. And in 2021, together with the school, we created a textile object in the shape of art book, where we use old pillowcases and the sheets as a base, while all the visual material that one newspaper has, we translated in embroidery drawings. And it was such a fun to create this piece. We really much enjoyed, but honestly at that time we got really small amount of budget for production. But the next year, the city of Novi Sad recognized this project, and they gave us a much bigger grant, like a fund, with which we could do a donation to the school, as well to hire extra people that helped production of these new art pieces, like teachers, also a person who helped us doing photo and video work, and it was such a great next level of collaboration that we had, and we were so inspired and motivated. So beside this first work, we added to this collection 3 new works of art connected to this textile version of the newspapers. I became more interested in inclusive art practices, and that's why I decided to move to Jerusalem to volunteer at similar organization. And with the time, I discovered many gallery spaces, and one of them offered me to have a gallery studio space for free, so I could develop there as a guest artist this series of work. And as I was already familiar with working in a group, and I decided, instead of working alone in this space, to invite local people, whoever wants to join me in production of now textile versions of the local press I found there. And for the period of 7 months, more than 140 people joined. For me, it was a great opportunity to really get in contact with the local community, to create an ambient where everyone were feeling welcomed, and with some of them who were more frequently coming to these open workshops, I became even friends with. So that was a great result, if you ask me, for this art project. And with coming back to Serbia last year, this series of works was recognized, and some galleries and curators asked to present them in Belgrade or other cities as well. And for example, now at the moment, this series of work is included as part of this year October Salon. And from the side of curators, I was this time linked with a great organization called Lice Ulice. So it's a magazine who is trying to support people in poverty while hiring them as the sellers of the magazine. For example, people that live very harsh, or because of their mentally illness, they are not capable to work another job. At the moment, they are empowered with this magazine to sell it on the street, and with each sale they have, I think, half amount of the price that will stay as their small salary, but anyway, it's really supporting them at the yes. And so this new collaboration that I'm working on is now happening in Belgrade, and also October Salon managed to donate amount that went directly in supporting this organization. And for me as an artist, it's a great role again to do these open workshops in open studio space, where together now with the sellers of the magazine and other extra available seats for the public to join us, we create a great ambient that is really supporting community, that everyone feel included and welcome. And I think that's very important for the ones who are living in very much harder circumstances. So yes, I because of these specific workshops, I'm not able to now join you, because I'm doing at the moment this workshop in Belgrade, but I really hope I did manage to say something about the art practice I do and how it became with the time more socially engaged. And yeah, I hope that I can continue in that and develop it in a way so it can be sustainable. For example, if some museum or gallery or individual decide to buy this product that we created, it will be directly a new fund for another collaborative work that can be done, for example, with people that are migrants, or who knows. There are plenty of ideas, but it's I hope something that just we are still developing. It's that we will continue working on this and maybe some new collaborative inclusive art projects.
Thank you, Milica, who one applause for Milica, who is not maybe here, but she might watch us later on online. Yeah, it was. I'm very impressed, and I think it's nice to finish presentation with something that is kind of combination of everything that we talked about, because it kind of tackles also art and communities and vulnerable communities and reuse and practical knowledge and everything. So yeah, I hope that this part of panel and the ones before provided you enough of inspiration and motivation to start things yourself. I think one of the conclusions is that reuse can be done in many various ways. It can be done using systemic approach. It can be done using a community or individual approach. It can be related with art, with youth, with children, with different volunteer groups, marginalized groups. It can be done in the office, it can be done on the streets, in front of institutions demanding a better legislation frameworks, but then it can also be done like on practical level in workshops, which we hope that that's where you will get after. So not only theory, and yeah, it's nice to know everything, that how important it is to save resources, but once we start living it, and I think it changes on so many levels, because then we are transferring and trespassing, disseminating the knowledge to other groups, and that's the way to achieve major change. So everyone, I would like to thank you for participation. I would now open, maybe if there are some questions, maybe open the floor for one or two questions from the audience, and then we can go and eat lunch. So if there is someone, we are following both on Zoom, or if someone from here, if you would like to say something or comment something, it doesn't have to also be a question, but bear in mind that we are kind of closing down, not opening up at this point. So. Okay, there is one question there, Eugen, or... Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, me again. I'm the only person asking from the audience. I would have a question for the gentleman from Beli Manastir, so I will ask the question on Croatian, okay?
And I will translate then after.
All right. Htjela bih vas pitati u vezi ovih iskustva, vrlo vam je zanimljiva priča i odlična, i jako se čudim da nije više zaživjela, ne samo naravno u Hrvatskoj, nego i u cijeloj Europi. Pa bih vas htjela pitati s kakvim ste se izazovima susreli u vezi nabavke alata, vraćanja alata, da ne kažem krađe alata, u tom smislu praktičnom kako su iskustva, pa onda koliko dugo to ljudi posude, pa da li se to produlji, kakva imate iskustva i kako održavate taj kontinuitet da možete osigurati pristup i razmjenu alata.
Okay, just for the Zoom audience, the question was about experience. Yeah, she was fascinated how it's not more popular everywhere around, and around some practical things. Were there any cases of stealing, or how do you deal if somebody takes a tool and not gives it back on time, and how do you extend? So it's more a practical question. You can answer in Croatian, and I will then translate back to English.
Okay, hvala na pitanju. Pa evo, konkretno, znači što se tiče povratka, imamo rok od mjesec dana za veće alate, znači bušilice, brusilice, kosilice, trimeri, s tim da se može, znači, napraviti produljenje. Za sada, hvala Bogu, nismo imali krađe, jer smo morali osigurati prostor zbog projekta, tako da, ali stavili smo novu PVC stolariju, stavili smo video nadzor, naravno bili smo imali osiguranje iz Osijeka koje na kameri vidi bilo tko da dođe da pokuša nešto, oni odmah policijom javljaju i evo u zadnjih 12 godina koliko je otvoreno nismo imali svu sreću nikakvu veću, da ne kažem i pokušaj ni krađu. A što se tiče, znači, same posudbe, mislim da su ljudi se osvijestili da ne moraju kupovati bušilice, brusilice, aparat za varenje koji će mu možda trebati jednom ili dva put godišnje. I tako da evo pokušavamo, znači, kroz druge programe osigurati nove alate, nova sredstva, jer najveći problem je u stvari volonteri koji to trebaju malo pripremiti i popraviti.
Okay, so now I will try to translate.
Sorry.
Okay, so regarding the borrowing, so people can lend stuff for 1 month, especially bigger equipment like grass mowers or drills and stuff like that. And they can also extend it. In 12 years of experience, they didn't have any attempts of stealing or any kind of theft involved. They did install video cameras so they can follow if something is happening. But yeah, he believes that it really showed people that for this type of equipment and tools, that they would use once or twice each year. It doesn't make sense to buy it, but rather to use it collaboratively or on a community level.
Evo još samo kratko jednu rečenicu vezano za ostatak, ne samo Hrvatske nego Europe. Mišljenja smo da udruge ne žele raditi nešto od čega nemaju direktnu financijsku korist. Mi ovdje nemamo nikakvu korist financijsku, znači imamo samo poteškoće i prilagodbu ljudima, jer čujte, najgore raditi s ljudima, pogotovo kad im nešto posudite i oni bi htjeli to, ne znam, ili da je potpuno novo, maltene da ne radi samo. Imamo i takvih slučajeva, moramo se nasmijati, ali evo, znači smatramo da većina udruga se bavi, da ne kažem, evo, postali su profesionalci u smislu zapošljavanja i rada. Znači, ako nemaju benefita, oni se s tim, nažalost, neće, što kaže, ni u doticaj kamoli da odrade. I evo, mi smo to započeli, nama je drago da smo na neki način pridonijeli naš doprinos ljudima koji nemaju mogućnosti i čak i ne znaju rukovati alatima. Imali smo i zaštitu na radu, imali smo edukaciju za rukovanje traktorskim priključcima, koselicom, viljuškarom, tako da smo i tu educirali preko 50 ljudi kako bi na koji način pripomogli, naravno i dobili certifikat gdje oni po firmama, znači to je ovlašteno za cijelu Europu, da mogu se, znači, koristiti i da mogu raditi s tim.
Okay. Yeah, so they believe that there is not much interest in non-profit activities in general in Croatia, but they do not have any profit from it, and except for borrowing tools, what they do is educating people to how to use the tools and how to use them according to the rules for workers' protection. Yeah. So thank you. That was the only question that time allowed us. I'm sorry. It was yeah, we were late from the start. There are no more questions in the Zoom. So yeah, thanks once again. Thank you for participation, for your patience, for your interest. And every one of you who is registered will receive some kind of follow-up on your email, so you will have more details and links and etc. Thank you all and enjoy your lunch. Yeah.
Recording stopped.